Good afternoon, councillors. Please could you be upstanding for the Chair of Stratford District Council, Councillor Kate Rolfe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Paul Evans and say a few words of encouragement before today's very important budget debate. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Switched on.
No, if you
Go on.
press the button.
This one here.
Don't punch me again.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I reached for my phone yesterday afternoon, but stopped myself. Why? I was going to check for an update on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but decided I didn't want my judgmental self to be stroked by the media and in so doing be encouraged to take the moral high ground. Throughout last week, I heard many a passing comment on Andrew, all of them judgmental, all of them seeking apparently only absolute purity in the lives of those who hold public office. Well, get a grip, say I. Our reactions aren't really about Andrew. They're symptomatic of something much greater in our society and culture. We tend collectively to judge and to take the moral high ground out of fear, depression, and doubt. We like to imagine ourselves as a tribe, a pack, who can stick together, point the finger, and condemn anyone whom we can see as an outsider. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has become our scapegoat of the moment. The more we attack his impurity, the more we trick ourselves into feeling purer. Last week began the Muslim season of Ramadan, 30 days of physical fasting between sunrise and sunset. It's a time to readjust and press reset on our relationship with God and with others. Similarly, last Wednesday, Ash Wednesday, began the Christian period known as Lent, short for lengthening, during which we expect to grow like spring flowers and the longer daylight, through being more open to God and through being kinder to ourselves and others. I was glad to notice that one of the readings appointed for Ash Wednesday in the Church of England was the story about Jesus and the woman caught committing adultery. She's about to be stoned to death by the crowd, the legal punishment for her crime. Jesus intervenes and says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone among you." And one by one, the people in the crowd put down their rocks and walk away. Jesus asks her, "Who condemns her?" "No one," she replies. "Neither do I condemn thee," says Jesus. "Go and sin no more." Our being judgmental, pouring scorn on someone from the moral high ground and hoping to see their demise is not the same as someone eventually being brought to justice and in God's own time. Instead of taking up our phones and feeding our egos, how about taking time to enjoy the spring, now appearing all around us, and feeling more appreciative and open to it? And with that in mind, Madam Chairman, I brought you a bunch of daffodils.
Oh,
A reminder of spring.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good meeting, everyone.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Welcome to this full council meeting. There are no planned fire alarms scheduled at this time. Therefore, should the fire alarm go off, please make your way out of the building via the nearest fire exit to the car park beside the Windmill Public House. Councillors, when addressing the meeting, please stand and ensure your microphone is switched on and you speak directly into the microphone so that it is picked up via the live audio feed. When you've finished addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Please do not move the microphone from its set position, and when speaking, ensure the microphone is directly in front of you and not to the side or up high. Item 1, apologies for absence. David, are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Bromwich, Eden, Hardin, Hatch, Henshaw Seraphin, Holmes and Scorer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other apologies that you know of? No. Thank you. Declarations of interest. I would like to call Marcia to give a definition of declarations of interest later on in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding some of the items on the agenda, just need to clarify where we are on declarations of interest. So item 9 it relates to council tax, which of course all councillors duly pay, and in order for the business of council to be conducted, it makes sense therefore that a dispensation is confirmed for all councillors to proceed forward with that particular matter. In terms of item number 11, which is an introduction to second home premiums for your consideration as council, regarding that particular item, it's a matter for members to decide whether or not they meet the criteria. The criteria was circulated to members to explain the requirements, but just as a heads up, which should be in front of you on your desk, there is a reference to it normally being defined as that property that is occupied periodically for which there is no resident of the dwelling and the dwelling is substantially furnished. So it's a matter for you to therefore, once you come to that item, decide whether or not there are declarations of interest regarding that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Chief Executive, do you have any advice on the pay policy statement?
Sorry, Chair, not advised, but just to declare on behalf of all staff present a personal interest in relation to the pay policy statement. Thank you.
Open now to members. Councillor Petrovic.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to just declare interest on the agenda item 15.2 regarding proposed transfer policy, as I'm in the paid employment with the Office of MP for Stratford-on-Avon, and this is in relation to some of the work that she's been doing, but I come to the debate with an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to declare an interest under item 11, introduction of second home premium, that I I own another property in the district.
Thank you. Councillor Rock.
Also, item 11, in that my wife has recently been bereaved and she has an interest in a empty property for which I am the executor of the estate. That's an indirect interest, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rock. Councillor Rice.
Similarly, for item 11, my father-in-law's retirement home was granted probate about a year ago, but is still unsold, and I feel I ought to declare an interest.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any further declarations of interest? Thank you. Moving on to item 3, the minutes. I seek a proposer and seconder for the minutes of the meeting held on the 8th of December. Do I have a proposer, please?
I would like to propose, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ballinger. And do I have a seconder?
I will second that, please, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alcock. Are the minutes all agreed? Thank you very much. Item 4, we move on to announcements. I think I've got some up there. Yeah. Oh gosh, the BFG was amazing. Moving on. I can't see. Yes. Yes, I went to see the BFG, which was just quite extraordinary, quite extraordinary. Moving on. Yes, it was lovely to meet the Bishop of Coventry, who is obviously in charge of the Diocese of Alveston, where I represent, and to go to the ILIC Christmas party was joyous. Thank you. Moving on. I had my portrait done. 13 people painted me. Quite extraordinary variation of pictures, but I chose this as one that I liked. I thought it has quite a good likeness of me. Yeah, it's really nice to be there. Listen, it's the first time I sat still for 3.5 hours. Literally 3.5 hours. I couldn't move, I couldn't talk. Believe me, Councillor Pemberton, I actually did it. Anyway, moving on, I don't think... yes, that was my lovely event at Ulster. Moving on. Oh, there's lots there. Oh, that was interesting to meet the lady that was the previous CEO of Citroën and Peugeot. She started 45 years ago making coffee for people in the office, and she ended up being CEO. Quite an extraordinary lady. Good on her. And obviously the opening of Rod Street Arts House, which is hopefully will go onwards and upwards at being a wonderful event place in Stratford and surrounding area. I think that's it. Is that it? Yes. Lovely, thank you. I now call on Councillor Susan Juno to make any announcements. No. Thank you. And David Buckland, do you have any announcements, please?
No, thank you, Chair.
Lovely. Right, item 5, public participation. In accordance with the Council's constitution, questions may only be asked when received by the head of paid service 2 clear days before the day of the meeting. We have received 2 questions from the public. The first question is from Janine Lee. Janine, would you like to come to the desk in front of you? And you, if you want to ask your question again, and you may have a supplementary question when the response has been given. Thank you, Janine.
I won't repeat the question because...
Sorry, Janine, before you start, I do apologise. Could you pull the microphone right in front of your mouth so that we can hear you?
Is that
fantastic.
Better?
Thank you.
Okay. I won't ask the question again because my follow-up question is quite lengthy.
You only have 3 minutes.
Oh, well, I'll have to speak very, very quickly then.
Okay.
Fundamentally, the question was I was wanting an answer to what are the plans for mitigating the traffic situation on the Birmingham Road, the Ulster Road, those roads that are going to feed the proposed development at the BW site. So my follow-up question, I don't feel like it's been answered in the response. So my follow-up question is, why opt for the BW site when a more suitable site is available? Approval of the BW site at a scale of 10,000 dwellings would generate transport impacts of a magnitude that Stratford's existing road network is simply not designed to accommodate. Using standard residential trip rates, typically 6 to 8 vehicle movements per dwelling per day, 10,000 dwellings would generate in the region of 60 to 80,000 additional vehicle movements per day. Even assuming conservative car ownership of 1.5 vehicles per household, this equates to at least 15,000 additional cars, excluding service vehicles, deliveries and visitor traffic. Under NPPF paragraph 115, development should only be refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or if the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. The scale of development proposed makes it difficult to see how cumulative impacts would not reach that threshold. From the BW site, there are effectively only 2 realistic corridors into Stratford. The A3400 Birmingham Road corridor, currently carrying approximately 10,000 vehicles per day, already experiencing peak time congestion. Ulster Road via Wilmcote, a rural village route not designed for strategic traffic flow. If substantial volumes divert via Wilmcote, traffic would pass directly alongside Mary Arden's farm, a designated heritage asset of national significance dating from the 16th century. This raises several policy conflicts. Heritage impact. NPPF 205, great weight should be given to the conservation of heritage assets. NPPF paragraph 206, any harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset requires clear and convincing justification. Section 66.1 of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990, special regard must be had to the desirability of preserving listed buildings and their settings. Sustained traffic increases would introduce structural vibration risks to a 500-year-old timber frame structure, increased nitrogen oxide and particulate pollution affecting historic fabric of the building, and harm to the rural setting and tranquility, contributing to its significance.
Must ask you to wind up now, thank you.
Oh dear, that's a shame, isn't it, considering there's so few people asking questions. Anyway, my point is that there's a better site, Long Marston.
What is your question?
My question is, why not choose another site, and that is Long Marston? It's got 3 routes. It's got the route via Welford-on-Avon.
Thank you.
And Clopton Bridge and Seven Meadows. We've got 2 routes.
Councillor Coucher.
Thanks, Chair. As members are aware, we as a district council have got to find housing provision for 28,000 houses in this district by 2050. Clearly, infrastructure is a key component of that, of which road infrastructure is also very, very important. That's one of the reasons why we are undertaking a strategic transport assessment of all of the new settlement potential sites and also the growth areas. That evidence will be coming forward through this council in April and will be taken into account when we select, I suspect, those sites that we want to take forward for Regulation 19. Bearley-Wilmcote is one of 3 new settlements that we are currently looking at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Coucher. Moving on, question 2. Tom Ross, would you like to come forward? You have 3 minutes, Mr. Ross. Thank you.
We're on. Good afternoon, everyone. The answer from the portfolio holder was a little lacking in mention of what I actually asked about, which was about high performing against low performing. Planning officers seem to like low performing. I wonder why. And that was a recent application before the planning committee here that highlights the reason for my question. I should stress I'm not trying to relitigate that, and I'm not making a party political broadcast. The application concerned Earlswood. Earlswood is unique. Tamworth Parish, of which Earlswood is a part, is a bit like a thumb in the district's green belt.
Mr. Ross, we can't talk about a particular application.
I'm not talking about this. I'm not talking about it.
Okay.
I promise. Earlswood is... did I get my 10 seconds back there?
We'll see.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Very fair as always. It's a thumb, and it's encroached on 3 sides by Redditch, by Solihull, and by Birmingham soon, I suspect. Now, the argument about the prevention of urban spoil has until now been the residents' last defence against major development in the Greenbelt. Recent High Court decisions have said now that it can only be prevented between towns and not villages. But Solihull Metropolitan Borough Council has attempted to reclassify some of its villages as towns. Not only have opponents of developments in the Stratford area lost a defence, but the decision drew a hole through the core strategy, in my opinion, because there's a concept of division between built-up area boundaries and outside. You're either in or you're out. But the planning officers seem to have adopted a new definition, near, whatever that means. And if you apply near, anything is near. And finally, we already had a site identified for 11 affordable houses in our neighbourhood development plan, prepared at enormous cost and enormous effort. That site is not developed at the moment, but another site in the open countryside was agreed. Can't see the point in that one. So I'm aware that an action plan to repair the lack of the 5-year housing supply is due to be considered by the council next month. But so far, it seems to have been silent on the vexed question of grey belt. So will the council use consideration of the action plan to seize the initiative and, as a matter of urgency, hire the best planning expert it can to come up with a strategy on grey belt that's compliant with the new MPPF, but differentiates between genuine buffer zones and the rest of the green belt? If not, this insidious grey belt moth will gradually eat away not just Earl's green belt, but all green belt.
It appears that the microphones are no longer working. Thank you. Right. No, nothing seems to be working. Is that working? Okay. Right. I'm just bear with me. I'm going to turn my microphone off and I'm going to Councillor Coucher to respond, see if his works.
Chair, I think it sounds like somebody's been tasered in the background here, Chair. Can we perhaps take 5 minutes and see if we can get IT to fix this?
Okay, a 5-minute break to sort out the sound system. Thank you. Mi-
The leader of the opposition.
All right. We'll just wait for the Councillor Pemberton to return. What? Mr. Ross, had you got to the end of your question? In fact, no, I'm going to re-ask that question. Will you please ask your question again towards the end? No, not the preamble, but the last sort of 30 seconds. Yes, you may press that, but we're just waiting for Councillor Pemberton to return. Mr. Ross, please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
My question, the bottom of it was, will the council use consideration of the action plan that's coming out in March to seize the initiative and, as a matter of urgency, hire the best planning expert it can find to come up with a strategy on grey belt that's compliant with the NPPF? The emphasis there is on urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Councillor Coucher.
It's important that we don't get two things muddled up. Clearly, we are reviewing all of our conservation areas because many of our conservation areas have not been reviewed since the 1960s and 1970s, and some are very out of date. And that is the reason why we have employed Essex Police Services to do that work. That is on conservation areas. Some of those conservation areas are in the green belt. As I've already said tonight, or today, this council has a duty to find sites for 28,000 houses in this district before 2050. Clearly, not all of those can be sited outside the green belt. Some will have to be in the green belt, and that is one of the reasons why we have already commissioned ARUPS to do a professional appraisal of our green belt, taking into account all planning policy guidance through the national scheme, the designation of grey belt, to also ensure that we have got a full appraisal. That green belt evidence will be placed against all the other evidence which we are considering where new development will take place. So it is something which we are already reviewing very heavily. It clearly will be an important consideration when we're making choice, but it is just one of a number of key considerations, including infrastructure, which we have to think about.
Thank you, Councillor Coucher. I think you're mistaking the county budget debate, aren't you, when it comes to tonight? Let's hope this won't go on for 10 hours. By the way, thank you to those that mended the microphones. It was quite a sight up here to see all you taking batteries out and seeing if it could all be sorted. Thank you. Item 6 on the agenda is minute 488 from the Cabinet meeting held on 9th of February 2026 regarding Treasury Management Strategy Statement and Annual Investment Strategy. I invite Councillor David Curtis, Portfolio Holder for Resources, to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. I won't read too much of this report. I'm sure you've all looked at the relevant Cabinet papers. I'll just give a brief summary, though. The Treasury Management Strategy Statement details the expected activities of the Treasury function in the financial year 26-27. There are 5 recommendations to Council that the 26-27 Treasury Management Strategy Statement in this report be endorsed and the following limits set for: the overall borrowing limit £25 million, the short-term borrowing limit £16 million. Secondly, that the proposed prudential indicators for 26-27 contained in Appendix 1 of the report be approved. That the minimum revenue provision, the MRP policy statement, in Section 2 of Appendix 1 be approved. That the annual investment strategy for 26-27 as set out in Appendix 4 of Appendix 1 of the report be approved. and that the capital strategy 26-27 to 2030-31 as set out in Appendix 2 be approved. I'll just give a little background information. The report provides details of the 26-27 Treasury Management Strategy and recommends the borrowing limits and presents the potential indicators for 26-27. Council has an obligation when considering the budget to take into account potential indicators to ensure that our capital investment plans are affordable, prudent and sustainable. And the guidance requires an authority to draw up an annual investment strategy. The strategy set out in this section is consistent with both the MHCLG's guidance and CIPFA, the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy Treasury Code of Practice. In accordance with the Treasury Management Code of Practice, the 26-27 Treasury Management Strategy Statement needs to be agreed by Council. This is why it is here before you today. The annual investment strategy states which investments the Council may use for the management of its Treasury balances during 26-27. MHCLG's guidance requires the annual investment strategy and any variations to be again approved by Council, and this decision cannot be delegated. The Head of Resources, our Section 151 Officer, Mr. Burrell, is authorised to make appropriate use of these investment instruments as part of the Treasury management function. So, Chair, those are the 5 recommendations to Council which I would propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curtis. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Adam.
Very happy to second. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want to reserve your right to speak?
I will reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. Are there any members who wish to speak on the matter, please? Councillor Shenton.
Thank you, Chair. What I pick out from this is that the operational boundaries, if you like, the debt and the borrowing limits or authorised limits, those haven't changed whatsoever. What is clear all the way through this report, though, is that borrowing rates, yields, gilts, if you like, they are heavily dependent upon the right economic conditions. So we might actually see some movement this year on those. And also the effects of rising unemployment, which may act as a brake in the opposite way to other factors. So this statement, in actual fact, the Treasury statement is more important than... it's quite a lengthy read. It's not easy, but it is important that everybody understands how borrowing and our borrowing limits are calculated, how the CFR is calculated. So I would recommend that as many people as possible read it and fire questions at Councillor Curtis if you don't understand it. Thank you.
Any further members wish to speak? Councillor Adam, would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, well, I think Councillor Curtis has said the important parts. I would like to extend my thanks to the Section 151 officer and his team and the work that goes on behind the scenes to make sure that, as Councillor Curtis has pointed out, it's affordable, prudent and sustainable. Those are the critical aspects that we are looking for, and happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a proposer and seconder. Are we all agreed? Thank you very much. Item 7, statements. I call upon Mr. Buckland to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair. The next 3 items all relate to the budget, items 7, 8 and 9. Item 7 is reserved for statements from the group leaders only. There is no debate in relation to the statements that are just made, and then we move on to the debate on the budget, which will happen under item 8, and then item 9 being the resolution of the council tax. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Marcia, you wish to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. As regards items 8 and 9 on the agenda, group leaders will be allowed up to... do forgive me, in regards to this item, the expectation is that a member of the group will be allowed to speak more than once for these items. And in terms of the time allowed for debate, generally speaking, it's 5 minutes for all members, but there will be space allowed for another member of each group to be able to speak more than once, as just indicated. Okay, thank you.
And at the end of this item, we will decide who those members are. But meanwhile, group leaders, you all have 10 minutes each to make your statements. I'm going to invite Susan Juned, the Leader of the Council, to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yet another year on. I'd like to start by thanking all the council staff that work here. They are dedicated to the work that they do for public service, and they've worked hard over the last year. And they've worked hard knowing that there are challenges to come, which I shall mention. We have a council plan, and this once again has formed the context for this year's budget. The key priorities in the plan are residents and their communities, the delivery of services, addressing climate change and nature recovery, health and well-being, affordable housing and local economy. And some of the items in the budget include addressing health inequalities, supporting volunteer drivers, providing housing to rent, supporting a cost of living mitigation fund, addressing rural crime, domestic abuse, public safety, investment for the future, and support for neighbourhood development plans and more. I will leave the precise details of the budget to my colleague, David Curtis, who holds the resources portfolio. However, I will emphasise some of the difficulties that have arisen with recent changes made by government. You will all know, who've been here so many years, that the council is funded from 3 main sources: central government grants, the money that comes from council tax receipts and service charges, and a proportion of business rates. This year, for the first time in a decade, a multi-year settlement was announced, which has brought some certainty and the ability to plan. But the funding for future years will be a challenge. Government is making it clear that they expect a greater proportion of council funding should come from council tax. Despite this, this district council remains a low taxing council, ranked 18th out of 164 amongst district councils for 2025 and 26. Late in this year's budget process, the IFS and the District Council network spotted a technical mistake in the assumptions made on business rates and the pooling. So there was a last-minute scramble by government which resulted in additional support being given for this year to cover that problem, but we don't know yet whether this will be repeated in future years. There's also been a lack of clarity around extended producer responsibility payments, and these are for sustainability and recycling of packaging materials, with this district council receiving less than expected. On the upside, additional funding has been given by government to address homelessness, rough sleeping and domestic abuse. This sets the context under which you as councillors have to make the decisions about the budget setting process and their priorities. Councils and councillors have to balance their ambitions for improved services with meeting short-term needs and preparing sustainable long-term plans. We also have to listen to the priorities of our residents while meeting legal obligations. All councils are experiencing financial pressure, inflation, higher costs and delivery charges and increased demands for services, which we have to take into account in our budgets. But we are also facing a big challenge. We have to start thinking ahead about local government reorganisation and what that will involve. Moving forward, central government has made it very clear that it wishes to see the end of two-tier working in local government. If the timetable is met, this district council will no longer exist by 2028. We've made our clear preference to Warwickshire unitary, but we have to develop the vision for that, be prepared to adapt to change and continue the services that are expected of us as well as the services that will come from joining two councils together. We know that smaller, more localised councils are more responsive to the unique needs of communities and businesses. This makes it much easier to boost growth, build affordable homes and deliver tailored preventative services that improve health and reduce pressures on the NHS. It's not being supersized that makes a council high-performing or financially stable. It's years of hard work by dedicated public servants with clear leadership, which I know we have. Moving forward, we have to start thinking ahead for the next year, beyond this budget, into the budget of next year as well. Because the vital preventative services of this district council will add benefit to the future for services such as adult social care and children's services once they're part of the unitary council. In this district, we're proud of the work of our communities and their residents, and we will do whatever we can to support them because this is a strong ethos in our plans. We also have to start working beyond the local government reorganisation because it's been made very, very clear to us that the government wants us to get on with working for the strategic authority that we want to be part of as well. So next year, this will be a crucial part of the journey we will be making together. It will be crucial to continue making positive engagement with our local communities, give communities more control over the future of their area, and local people the chance to have their say on what happens where they live. I do hope that you will, during this debate, join me and afterwards in developing the vision for the Council of the future, help us to adapt to change while continuing to protect priority frontline services, make council assets work harder, and work with our excellent staff to deliver improved service, not only next year, the year after, and then into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Junod. I now call upon Councillor Pemberton, Conservative Party Group Leader, to address the meeting.
Unfortunately, you can now hear me. Thank you, Chair. I echo the leader's thanks to all of our officers for their hard work this year. But what does this budget tell us? Well, to govern is to choose. And for this Liberal Democrat administration, their choice is that the answer is always to employ more officers. Now, what's the question? Having released £4 million of reserves, they have quickly found ways to spend it in a financial scorched earth policy, mortgaging residents' futures by spending every single penny they can before the advent of a unitary council. Clearly, they do not have confidence that they will have to lead it. A slot A into tab B tax and spend approach where outcomes are an afterthought. To be fair, we do like some things in the budget. And although they won't acknowledge it, there are actually two Conservative wins. Neighbourhood development plans, despite what the leader wrote in the Herald recently, it was Conservative councillors Parry and Littlewood who brought a motion forward for NDP funding, which was buttressed by a Conservative budget proposal published in September that led to Cabinet considerations. So we are glad to see it adopted in the budget. In respect of the solar array over the leisure centre car park, which can also provide large-scale EV charging, we were always against the hydro scheme from the get-go because it failed on every single test, as evidenced by the subsequent feasibility reports. Again, we published our proposals to repurpose funds for a solar project back in September. And while taken up by Cabinet rather than in the budget process, it's still a win for Conservative green sense. Turning to our own key proposals, the Task and Finish Group felt our proposals were not acceptable, regardless of the benefits for residents to reduce the green waste charge to £40, rather than to increase it to £50, and to flag an increase to £52 next year. It strikes me that the Liberal Democrats do not think this is a subscription service anymore, they think it's a tax. We also wanted to make off-street parking for residents free. Our proposals required using some of the £4 million released reserves, but by the time we got to present our proposals to the Task and Finish group, the administration had already decided how to spaff the reserves up the wall on their own projects, so there was no debate about releasing any funds from reserves for our proposals. The truth is that there is now, as one might say, clear blue water between us and the Liberal Democrats. Our view is that in a cost of living crisis, it is not good enough to put money aside to fund more officers and outside bodies. We also need to find ways to put money back in residents' pockets. But that is not a debate this administration wants to have. But it will be a debate next May. Normally, I would not flag election policies in advance, but spoiler alert, a Conservative-run unitary will reduce the Liberal Democrats' green waste tax to £40 and to keep it there through a full 4-year term. And we will make off-street parking free for residents and keep it free through a full 4-year term to encourage footfall on high streets, supporting retailers and the hospitality sector. And yes, we've done the maths. So what do residents make of the budget? And I quote from the consultation, a strong perception of Stratford-centric spending. A dominant theme across the responses is too much of the budget is focused on Stratford-upon-Avon. This is one of the strongest and most consistent messages in the feedback. The Liberal Democrat response, 4 more capital projects in Stratford. Climate change funding is highly polarising. People are either negative or sceptical, talking about a vanity project, greenwashing, no value for money, unaffordable in a cost of living crisis. Supportive but concerned, think that delivery has been slow, reporting unclear, wanting to see evidence of impact. Only a minority strongly support environmental initiatives. How on earth have the Lib Dems got here? And their response is to pour more money into the Climate Change Fund with no tangible projects to spend it on, just writing more letters and no action. I once said people would be dragged kicking and screaming to change. Little did I realise it would be Liberal Democrats who needed to change from virtual signalling to making a real, actual difference. Because what have they achieved? They've wasted public goodwill and created a space where Pro-Pollution Reform UK can propose that climate change money should be spent on other things than preparing our residents for what is coming. Talk about not reading the room. Finally, I turn to the trial of pedestrianisation of the high street. Residents and businesses are split. There'll be winners and there'll be losers, whatever choice you make. What we do know is that during a trial, no business that could benefit from pedestrianisation will set up when it's only a temporary arrangement. So another trial takes us nowhere. So please just show some leadership and either do this thing properly and permanently or abandon it completely. So I'll leave you with this. Members will know that I like a film or music reference. And with this proposal, the Liberal Democrats remind me of Tears for Fears. For those of you who are too young, Councillor Petrovic, they were a well-known beat combo from the 1980s. And not because of their most famous hit, Everybody Wants to Rule the World, which could be their mantra, but because of the lyric in that song which goes, I can't stand this indecision, married with a lack of vision.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pemberton. I now invite Councillor Passingham, Green Party Group Leader, to address the meeting.
Thank you, Chair and fellow councillors. Yes, I would like to thank the officers for the work they've done and the help they gave us in looking at the budget. And there are many things in this budget, the Lib Dem budget, that we would agree with, particularly the solar car park, which we've been proposing as well, and the pedestrianisation of the town centre. But we would like to present our own alternative green budget. This is not just a list of figures, it's a statement of our values and priorities. We are proposing a bold reallocation of millions of pounds to address the real crisis facing our residents in housing, food security and climate emergency. This is on top of what Lib Dems have been proposing as well, which has been, as far as it goes, very good. To fund a better future, we must stop clinging to the past. We propose moving away from business as usual by identifying over £1.5 million of savings. Specifically, we call for the scrapping of the £800,000.
Councillor Passingham, sorry to interrupt. This is item 7, statements. This is not presenting the budget. I assume you want this particular bit you've read out, you want to wait until item 8. Is that correct?
Okay. Okay, right. I'll read the rest out after.
Okay. Well, you can start again in item 8 if it's presentation of your budget. Thank you. I'm sorry about that, but you have 10 minutes to make a statement on anything else if you wish to continue.
No, I think we'll say everything in the next statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Passingham. I now invite Councillor Wally Hoggins, Reform UK Party Group Leader, to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Stratford is breaking, it is teetering. We have unprecedented numbers of children living in poverty. Figures suggest that nearly 3,000 children in just this parliamentary constituency are living in households that are struggling to afford the essentials or enjoy a decent standard of living. That figure is much higher across the district as a whole. Food bank use has risen sharply. Unemployment is rising. In Stratford alone, there are 1,380 people currently claiming unemployment benefits. The numbers across the district are even more startling. Residents are in arrears with their council tax. Residents are on payment plans to repay the debt they have accrued trying to pay their council tax but failing. And last year, some residents were subject to court proceedings for failing to pay their council tax entirely. And I wonder if this was because they simply couldn't pay. So it is against this backdrop that I stand before you today as the author of the only opposition budget that was deemed to be clear, financially sound and achievable. The residents in Stratford are very hard working, but like the rest of the country, they are financially weary. We hear of people working 3 jobs just to stay afloat. The reality for some couples with children is that they pass like ships in the night, with one person coming in from work whilst the other leaves for their work. This is very much how some families are surviving the current financial demands they face. In its next survey about its budget recommendations and proposals, perhaps the Lib Dems should ask residents, how many hours did you have to work in order to pay your council tax? How hard did you have to work in order to pay your council tax? What did you sacrifice in order to be able to pay your council tax? Did you manage to take your children away on holiday this year? Have your children ever felt the sand between their toes on a seaside break? How often did you feel cold in your own home because you couldn't afford to put the heating on? And how many extra blankets did you have to put on your bed to stay warm this winter? How many times have you put things back at a supermarket checkout because you couldn't afford to buy everything in your trolley? Do you think it's fair that in order to pay your average bandy council tax, those on minimum wage will need to work 195 hours just to pay that bill so that the Lib Dems can spend it on virtue signalling greenwashing? Are you happy that the Lib Dems are putting your council tax up by the maximum amount possible of 2.9%? Reform UK and Stratford know that the answer to these questions would generate unpalatable truths around budgets. Because in its budget, the Lib Dems seem to have forgotten one thing. They are spending the hard-earned cash of other people who are making sacrifices in order to pay their taxes that are due. So I say this with regard to the budget proposals. Our residents are tired. They are weary, they are working hard, just so that you can waste yet more money on climate change action and 1.7 million on a roof glitter scheme on the leisure centre car park, all in the name of this council allegedly achieving net zero by 2030. This is the same council that will cease to exist in April 2028. It is therefore a catastrophic and embarrassing waste of money for which this council should hang its head in shame. Reform UK proposes reallocating 4.3 million from the Lib Dem budget into initiatives aimed at direct, tangible benefits for our hard-working residents. Reform UK has clear, achievable and financially sound budgets that signal a shift in priority away from large environmental greenwashing projects and towards immediate community impact and spending money in a way that rewards the sacrifices and hard work that goes into paying taxes. We believe in family, community and country. Now, forgive me, am I allowed to talk about our budget proposals in this statement or not?
Not really. It's much better that you do so in item 8 when it is just budget discussions. Thank you.
Let me be clear. It is not about weeing money up a wall, which an ill-informed journalist, The Herald, so ineloquently put it about the Reform UK budget. It is very much about making sure that we get value for money for our residents who are paying this council tax. And I think that the budget presented before us by the Lib Dems does not give value for money for our hard-working residents. So the Lib Dems, eventually, as Maggie Thatcher once said, you are eventually going to run out of other people's money. And that is coming very quickly and very swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wally Huggins. Before we go on to item 8, Council Procedure Rule 15.5, when a councillor may speak again, be waived to allow one nominated member from each group to speak more than once on the budget-related items. Can I have a proposer for that and a seconder? Who would like to propose that, please? Councillor Pemberton. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Alcock. Thank you. May I have names, please, of those that will be speaking more than once on each of the budget-related items? Councillor Wally Huggins.
Me.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pemberton.
Thank you. I'll wrap up on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you. Councillor Curtis.
Yes, I'll speak again on the behalf of the Lib Dems.
Thank you. And Councillor Passingham.
And I'll speak on our proposal.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. May I have... Did I do all those in favour? Right, all those in favour, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, item 8, I'm going to call upon David Buckland to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. So, as we move on to the budgets, budget votes have to be made in accordance with the Local Authority Standing Orders England Amendment Regulations 2014, which means that there will be a recorded vote taken on each of the revenue and capital budget items on today's agenda, and that will also extend to the council tax item on item 9 when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckland. And just to remind councillors that you all have up to 5 minutes to speak. Thank you. So item 8 on the agenda is minute 489 from the Cabinet meeting held on 9th of February 2026 regarding revenue and capital budget 2026-27 to 2030-31, and minute, doesn't actually give the number, from the Cabinet meeting held on the 23rd of February, wasn't it this morning after all, regarding the final settlement medium-term financial statement for 26-27 budget. I now invite Councillor David Curtis, portfolio holder for resources, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, very much indeed. And it's always interesting to hear the opposition speak on this topic. Before I go on to our budget proposals, which are clear, achievable and financially sound, I'm curious that Councillor Pemberton seems to think that having £3.6 million left in year 5 of the MTFS constitutes a financial scorched earth policy. To me, it seems to be rather prudent. And he also said that he's always been against the hydro scheme. I think as Lib Dems, we prefer to see the evidence coming before we either support or not a particular scheme, and that's what we waited to see to do. That seems to be the preferred and Lib Dem way of evaluating a scheme. Let's wait and see the options, or let's wait and see the evidence before we decide on it. So, I'll pick up on a couple of points as I go through, but the implementation of as the leader has already said, the implementation of the government's fair funding review means the council has received a multi-year settlement for the first time in a decade. That does give some surety over the next 3 years, but funding does fall but significantly lower than 26-27 levels, which is why, again, I think having 3.6 million in the MTFS at the end of the 5 years is very far from a scorched earth policy. Stratford-on-Avon District Council has seen funding from central government fall by 17% over the last 4 or 5 years or so, while inflation has seen our costs increase by about 24% over the same period. Given future uncertainty and given all the uncertainty around local government reorganisation, we must be prudent, but at the same time, we should invest. We must invest to secure the best future services for our residents. I think that is a responsible approach, no matter how long we remain in administration. This budget balances the needs to be cost-effective whilst protecting services for our residents. It offers support for residents across our district, our most vulnerable and elderly, our rural communities, town centres, and our business community, young families, and the protection of our environment for future generations. I think that's rather important. For our rural communities, we are investing £100,000 for parish councils for neighbourhood development plans, £52,000 for rural crime advisors, and £20,000 to support parents in the Upper Lighthorn parenting project. £12,000 for the Vassar volunteer driver scheme, again supporting those who live in more rural areas, who need to be able to visit the hospital, get GP appointments, and journeys to combat social isolation. Councillor Wally Hoggins talked a lot about our vulnerable residents. So we're supporting £20,000 for the South Warwickshire Place Partnership Board to help deliver local priorities, particularly in relation to health inequalities. We're putting another £1 million into affordable housing. We're putting £250,000 into the cost of living mitigation fund. We're supporting our Veterans Healthcare and Development Officer. I'm sorry, maybe some of the opposition think that appointing or supporting officers to deliver projects such as the Welfare Officer or the Veterans Healthcare and Development Officer is a waste of money. I don't think so. And Councillor Wally Hoggins also talked about residents falling into debt, unable to pay their council tax bills. Again, another officer we are appointing, a welfare officer for 2 years, specifically to support vulnerable residents, ensuring they don't fall into a cycle of debt. Perhaps the opposition feel we shouldn't have that post in place to support those very vulnerable residents that they are talking about. For children and young people, Youth Work Catalyst Project, £41,000. We're extending the natural play cycle area, which I have a particular focus group who certainly welcomed that extension there, and we're refurbishing the shotted
20
fuels.
seconds.
We can't please all our residents all the time, but in most cases, a clear majority of those consulted do support these proposals. So, in summary, this draft budget is clear, achievable and financially sound, and is focused on delivering the services residents have told us they want to see. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Curtis. Do we have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Junert. Councillor Junert.
I second the budget and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Junert. Are there any amendments, please, to the budget? I've got here, there's a Conservative one, a Green one, and a Reform one. Is someone going to propose their amendment?
Motions and propose our budget proposals, and I'm sure that I'll get a seconder for that, and we'll move very quickly on from there.
Sorry, it's Councillor Crump proposing it, is it? Okay, Councillor Crump, you are seconding, are you? Okay. Are there any members who wish to speak on the Conservative amendment? Councillor Pemberton.
I will just reiterate what our proposals are. They've been through the task and finish group. There's been a view taken about those. We firmly believe that our proposals do meet the threshold. We think they are the right thing to do in reducing the green waste charge and to introduce free car parking for residents. Undoubtedly, members will vote on our proposals and take whatever view they feel.
Councillor Curtis, you have a point of order.
Yes, can I just clarify, is Councillor Pemberton proposing their budget proposals in their entirety? Because they have been, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have not been judged as clear, achievable and financially sound, or are you proposing specific amendments? Can we just clarify that?
Chair, I took what you, the invitation was to propose our budget proposals. I must confess I thought that having been through the TNF process, I hadn't prepared to speak on them, but I was following the lead of the chair. Because I understood that having been through the TNF process, we wouldn't be speaking to those as an amendment, but I was following the chair's lead and put them forward as appropriately. But I think the Chief Executive now wants to come and help us all out of this.
Mr. Buckland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Pemberton. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The proposals that went through the task and finish group have been found not to be clear, achievable and financially sound, and therefore it would be difficult for Council to consider them this afternoon. But of course, if there are any further proposals that or further amendments that were clear, achievable and financially sound that you table today, the Constitution still allows that. If you don't have any further amendments, then I guess you would withdraw your opportunity to prepare amendments.
And to be fair, that's what I thought the position was until just so I was trying to think on my feet. I know before you say anything. So we've made our point about we take a different view about the view that the TNF has come to. It is what it is. Happy for us to move on.
Are you withdrawing? Yes. Thank you very much. Councillor Passingham, does the same apply to you, please?
Can I just clarify? So the task and finish group also said that ours wasn't clear, although the financial officer that we'd spoken to before said that they're all financially sound and so on, and we think they're financially clear. Am I permitted now to make a speech about our proposals in principle without going into details, because we were a bit confused about wasn't things that weren't clear enough and so on in our proposals?
Thank you. Councillor Passingham, I'm going to ask Mr. Burrell if he would say a few words, please, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Leader. At the Task and Finish Group, the Green Budget was presented and the funding of the proposals was found not to be achievable. because it did rely on other organisations contributing to that funding, and there were a couple of schemes proposed that the details of which could not be given in any clarity, so there was uncertainty as to the full costs of those particular schemes. So certainly from a financial point of view, it did come out of that task and finish group not being financially sound.
Thank you. So, Councillor Passingham, do you have any amendments, further amendments, or are you prepared to withdraw your proposal?
I'd like Councillor Parker to speak for a moment, please.
That's fine. Please stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. And I am going to take my turn now in crashing over the whole system and being told to shut up at some point. But hopefully I can make a couple of points before that occurs.
Are you coming forward with further amendments?
I am coming forward with further amendments.
Thank you.
And just wishing to clarify that... Thank you very much. So clearly there was an issue around money we wanted to spend to bring forward a rail proposal, which meant working with other councils. Not being the party in power, that's kind of difficult to arrange, but I think we've signalled a direction, so I'm happy with what we did. Whether that's financially makes it an unsolid proposal, well, I'll leave that to members to consider. I wanted to just say, before I get on to the budget amendment, a brilliant thanks to the 12K to Vassar, a real cheer for the welfare officer. I have got a resident who is being evicted for not paying council tax, and frankly, she is just not in a position to pay it, not financially, but emotionally, I guess. I don't know the exact words and I don't know her exact condition, but it's gross to watch what is happening. So I'm really grateful that's in place. Too late for her, perhaps.
Councillor, may I just briefly interrupt you? Councillor Johnston, you have a point of order.
I'm not sure it's a point of order or a point of information, but as a member of the Task and Finish group, both the Conservatives and the Greens did have the option of asking for a further meeting of the Task and Finish group, and neither of them did so. So I'm struggling a little to understand how we can produce amendments which have not been considered, whether they're clear, achievable or financially sound, and I don't see how we can get a process to do that here today.
We do have the opportunity, we have given everyone the opportunity to come forward with further amendments to therefore make it financially sound. I am willing to... Councillor Pemberton.
Councillor Johnson, that's not correct. I presented to your group and I was told in terms that the decision was being made today. So this notion that there would have been some opportunity to come back, we engaged conversations with the Section 151 officer at the beginning of September to build our proposals, and we talked them through. We came and presented them through the Star Chamber process that Councillor Curtis and the leader were at. We then presented at the Task and Finish group. And we were told, I was told in terms that the decision made, because there was a discussion about, do you want to come back and see if you, because the notion was that our proposals were based on releasing reserves that had now then been allocated by the administration. Whereas, for example, reforms proposals were based on taking a line out of an existing budget. And there was a discussion about coming back and whether we should then perhaps do as Reform have done and try to, go into the climate change or something else like that. But we were told, I was told the decision was going to be made that day, so there was no opportunity after that. So that's not correct. I am quite content that the Task and Finish group has taken the view it has taken. We take a different view. I'm happy that the matter is closed, but do not then turn around and say we had more time to come back with that. Thank you.
I am going to move on. I'm going to give Councillor Parker another 4 minutes to come forward with amendments
I
to
won't
his
take
budget.
4 minutes, I assure you.
Thank
But
you.
can I just, I've got a point of order, I think, from my colleague here. 1 second.
Point of order, Councillor Passingham.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Pemberton. I don't believe I was given the option to have a further task and finish group to clarify things. And in terms of now that we've been reminded that the financial proposals themselves were okay, it was just that we hadn't spoken to other bodies outside the council in terms of agreeing something. I can withdraw that part of the budget and propose the other parts of our budget if that's acceptable.
I will only accept amendments to make a budget financially viable. Therefore, Councillor Parker, please continue.
Thank you all, and thank you for your patience. I'll get straight to the point, get straight on with it. Indigo bus, please, 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 Liberal Democrats, give us another 20k. I am desperate to find a way of moving the back office of Indigo to Vassar, make it a human interface so that my residents can deal with it. You know, I'm advised that the passenger numbers on Indigo are now getting back up to where we were with the previous service. Frankly, the feedback I'm getting back from my residents is it's still woeful in comparison with where we were. A human interface would make so much difference. It's 20,000 quid. I would love you to find it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Mr Burrell, please can I ask you to comment on that, and please can I ask if it's viable to add that to the Green budget to make it financially viable, in which case it can be debated on here now.
Thank you, Leader. Normally when a budget proposal's made, the funding source is also described, so the duration of that £20,000 funding and where that funding is coming from would normally happen. So something that has been allocated to a different particular scheme is normally proposed to be reduced or cut in order to redirect that funding to the proposal that you've just made. So do you have an idea of where that funding might come from?
Is it possible, Councillor Parker, that you could make that, if it's viable, make it a friendly amendment to the substantive budget, because that's what you can do, and Mr Burrell can then work out whether there's money in the budget to cover that?
With a little hand-holding, Chair, I would be delighted. Thank you.
Councillor Pemberton, is that a point of order?
Yeah, it is actually. I'm really sorry, and I do have some sympathy, and I understand you want to get that in, and I hear the rationale. But the whole point of the task and finish group process, whether I like it or not, was to move away from opposition groups bringing stuff forward on the day of the budget and asking members when they're under the gun to make a council tax decision to try and move things around. I think that if the Green Party was so wedded to this, there should have been a conversation before today. I'm really sorry, but that's the whole point, and I shouldn't be stood here trying to, defend, this is how you do things, and I'm happy with it. But I'm really sorry. How on earth can you expect? I mean, it's unfair on Councillor Parker to try and do this on the fly, and it's unfair on members to try and say where we're going to find. If Councillor Curtis wants to call a recess and he wants to find 20k, well, happy days. But I'm not sure that's where you want to go with what you proposed.
Councillor Pemberton, I'm going to ask
I'm just saying
Mr Buckland. Yes, I'm going to ask Mr Buckland to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Richard is Chair, not Leader. Okay, so just to be really clear, there's the spirit of the budget process. The spirit of the budget process is the proposals go through the task and finish working group to ensure that they're clear, achievable and financially sound. Why we've done that as an authority? Because in the past there have been some really good proposals tabled at the council meeting where council can't come to a view on it because of some really detailed technical work And to be fair, my very first budget back here in 2012, a really good proposal was tabled, which had to be voted down because there was no time to discuss the proposals. So the theory is to go through the task and finish group first to make sure that any amendments coming forward meet the test of being clear, achievable and financial sound. That said, there's nothing within the Council's constitution to prevent an amendment coming forward on the budget which hasn't been through that process. It would need to be considered by the Chief Finance Officer, Richard Burrell, before it could be considered. The proposal is for £20,000. Can I just, I'm trying to make eye contact now with Duncan, Councillor Parker, sorry, for a £20,000 one-off contribution to VASA, which potentially could be funded from the 3.6 million of reserve. The question that the Chair then tabled was whether or not the administration will consider that to be a friendly amendment or whether it is voted upon by Council, and then if it was approved as a friendly amendment, as an amendment at that point, added to the substantive motion. So yes, there is the spirit of the budget process, and then there is a technical constitution which would allow for an amendment to be made.
So I am now going to propose... Okay, point of order, Councillor Wally-Huggins.
Yes, it's a clear case, but I'm actually looking at colleagues across the chamber here. It's a clear case here of recollections may differ, actually, and I don't think my recollection differs from my colleague sitting opposite me today. That there was a very strict timeline with regard to the task and finish group for the budgets, and you actually got a second bite at the cherry, Greens and Conservatives, because there was 1 week when we presented our budgets. Ours was approved from the get-go, and you were invited to come back for the second meeting to address those, so that you could address and make your budget proposals affordable, clear, etc. And on that second bite of the cherry, that didn't happen either. So you've already had 2 attempts at this. So let me just be very clear that that is my recollection, and looking at some nodding heads opposite here, that is exactly what happened. So I am standing here bewildered that we're even going through all of this. Thank you.
I am going to ask for a 5-minute adjournment. I'm going to ask for Councillor Parker, Richard Burrell and Councillor Curtis to come up here, and we'll have a 5-minute discussion on this. Thank you. it's been decided that there will be no friendly amendment, and that Councillor Parker has the opportunity, if he wishes to bring it forward as a motion. Councillor Parker, are you happy to withdraw that friendly amendment? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The amendment was so friendly, I'm withdrawing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that applies to all parties in terms of our friendly amendments. So, you know, you are more than entitled to bring forward a motion later on. I'm now going to call on Councillor Sarah Wally-Hoggins to present her budget. Thank you.
So I'm proposing these budget amendments for consideration, please. And I do have a seconder for that.
And I'll second those. Thank you.
I will call for a seconder after Councillor Wally-Hoggins has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. The inadequacies of the Conservative and Green budget proposals have been laid bare before us today. Who would have thought it? Councillor Curtis, just to come back to you, you have talked of, and I did my adding up, you know, it's not always my strong point. However, £204,000 specifically, possibly for rural communities is by mine. And also a core pledge from Reform UK is that veterans will come first in housing, health and support in the courts. However, let us not get waylaid here. Reform UK proposals reallocating £4.386 million from the Lib Dem budget into initiatives aimed at direct, tangible benefits for our hard-working residents. Let me be clear, very clear, that this money is not taken from essential services. This amount of money is coming from projects such as HVO fuel used in vehicles with Euro 5-6 engines, which are arguably a lot cleaner than the production pollution costs in the manufacture of HVO. It also diverts £1.7 million on covering a car parking roof glitter and another £1.5 million set aside to tackle climate change and net zero. Reform UK's clear, achievable and financially sound budget signals a shift in priority away from large environmental greenwashing projects and towards immediate community impact and spending money in a way that rewards the sacrifices and hard work that goes into paying taxes. Reform UK aims to strengthen rural and community assets to reduce inequalities across the district, which the Lib Dems have made worse. A significant proportion of our budget proposes supporting rural areas and preserving essential community infrastructure, such as a rural community fund to support playgrounds, village halls and other assets in areas with little or no SIL funding. Preserve our pubs to keep pubs, described as the beating heart of communities, open and sustainable. We believe in family, community and country. Pubs have always been at the heart of all three, a space in which the rich tapestry of our union has been woven, physically connecting us to customs and traditions of our forebears. The term public house is telling. Every pub is a parliament where conversations flow freely and the worries of the world are left outside the door. The British pub is the heart and soul of our great nation. The loss of one pub is not just a loss of livelihood for a landlord or the loss of a local employment hub. The loss of one pub is a loss to all of us as inheritors of a tradition dating back to Roman rule. This fund will provide money to cover costs such as a new cooker or toilets whose decline may force a pub to shut its doors. The funds could be used to help the community fund find other funding so that residents can run it as a community pub or prevent closure before a buyer has been found. Funds can also be used to refurbish the building, modernise facilities or make the business more sustainable through diversification so it can survive in the long term. Let me be clear. It is not about weeing money up a wall, as an ill-informed journalist to the Herald so ineloquently put it. It's about preserving our British way of life. Communities that lose treasured village pubs are shadows of their former selves. The loss of the Fox and Hounds in Great Wilford has been well documented, and the grief over its loss will be felt for generations to come. Rural communities and local social hubs have been overlooked, and our budget aims to correct that imbalance. Our budget concentrates heavily on projects that deliver long-term social, health and economic returns, and this includes the beacon of hope to so many people in need, and that is Stratford Town Football Club. Together, these reflect a strategy of boosting grassroots vitality, improving health outcomes and enhancing local economic stability. Our budget is a budget for all, not just one where there is a Lib Dem councillor. Ultimately, we're making sure taxpayers' money rewards residents and funds projects that will genuinely improve their lives. Our unmistakable message is that the Reform UK budget is about honouring the trust of taxpayers and investing their money back into the heart and soul of our district, ensuring that our residents' lives are brightened, their communities are supported, and every resident across the district must have a chance to thrive because they're working hard and making sacrifices to pay their council tax. Our hard-working residents...
Can you wind up, please, now?
Our hard-working residents deserve so much more than the Lib Dem budget proposals that are before us today. They deserve to be rewarded for their hard work and for managing to pay their council tax. And the Reform UK budget does this in a clear,
Thank you, Councillor Wally Hoggins. I would ask you to stop now. Thank you. You've had 5.5 minutes. Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yeah, that would be me. Sorry, I was premature a moment ago.
Could you stand, please?
I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Are you reserving your right to speak?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak, please, on this amendment budget, please? Councillor Ballinger.
Thank you, Chair. When I watched a reform budget pitch on a bandstand at Stratford, it intrigued me. I was waiting for some sort of snare drum finale. My thing went off then. I thought there was a snare drum finale then. Unfortunately, both reform councillors have played the budget trumpet severely out of tune. The reform budget is far from best for our residents. Spending £1 million on Stratford Football Club is absurd. Ulster Football Club in my ward would love a 3D pitch, costing around £1 million. Stratford Football Club has had much funding from this and support from this council over the years. We need to focus what's on best for the whole of the district. This is why the Liberal Democrats' budget is the best for all of our residents. I do have a question though for reform. How was the Reform's Christmas party at Stratford Football Club on the 18th of December?
Thank you, Councillor Ballinger. Slightly off the point, but Councillor Keithley.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I was just interested in Reform's budget, and I've made a few notes in response to it. I find it quite extraordinary, actually. I would say that their budget proposals, I would have to say to working families and residents, they'll need to work a lot longer to pay future council tax as a result of your budget. They will need more blankets on the beds to keep warm in the winter. Their children will go yet another Christmas without crackers, and they need to put things back on the shelves more often. And why? Well, the reason is, as already very well put by others, they are weeing money on supporting failing pubs, cleaning their toilets, topping up the pork scratchings, or bunging the football club yet another £650,000 for another 4G artificial pitch, which, by the way, was paid for by Stratford District Council just 5 years ago by writing off one of the loans and a load of Section 106 money, or giving away £1.5 million to unregulated pet projects for councillors for their friends. It's nothing like a budget for all. It's not a budget for all. It's a budget for their friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keithley. Councillor Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief and just say that there is generally unanimity across this chamber around the solar panels to be installed at the leisure centre. And I guess when I see what Reform are bringing forward, what point do you think that you're swimming the wrong way up the river? This is an investment in the future. This is to make running the leisure centre more cost effective. This is to prevent the River Avon getting higher. What's not to like? Thank you.
I will bring you in a seconder, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shenton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Interestingly, in this is that one of the sources of funding would be the loss of the Climate Change Fund. I thought we were in favour of doing what we could to actually promote changes to improve our climate. To take this out is a retrograde step. I just find this incredible. And the next thing I'm sure that will happen is that the Reform UK will be proposing membership of the Flat Earth Society as well. I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? And like Councillor Keithley, I think, has just said, the thought of SD councillors' legacy fund, be it £1.5 million being given to a fund when we are not geared up for this. This is not the county. The county have systems. That just frightens the heck out of me. And I agree with, in principle, with a lot of what Councillor Keithley has said. But the big thing is taking out conservation appraisal, HVO, climate change fund, retrograde.
Thank you. Councillor Pemberton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to talk on these budget proposals. I think the first takeaway is that Reform UK don't believe that climate change is a thing. From my perspective, it's an existential threat to the species, and it's something we have to do something about. But my warning to the members opposite still holds good. I do hold you responsible for getting to a position where they can bring this stuff to us and say, this is something we should do. You're in the process of potentially losing the argument, and that's not where we want to be. Two members, and I'm talking about creating the conditions where people who don't believe climate change is a thing can start to legitimately bring that and suggest it's part of the discourse, because it is a thing. So I think that my challenge is making real difference, because then you show people. And if we have to, as I once said, drag people kicking and screaming, well, so be it. Because if we don't, our children and grandchildren, as my 25-year-old will remind me, we've all had this party and now we've got to, their generation's got to clear it up. So let's not lose that argument, because it's an argument that has to be won. And I'm sorry, Reform UK are wrong. And they have just been comprehensively taken apart by two members there, Councillors Ballinger and Keithley, about their proposals, and they talk about ours not being, and we'll not have that debate. I'm not going through that again. You know where I am. We're going to be putting that to the voters, and they'll decide whether they want what we want. That's another story. And Councillor Wally Hoggins is really interested in remembering, you know, and fighting for the veterans, and that's everything we all want to support. And a member of mine is really keen to become the you know, the veterans champion, if you will. But actually, all that they've done here is, with their supposedly ground-up policies, they've brought the opportunity for them just to be exposed to the light of common sense and shown for what they actually are. And I'm reminded of Captain Blackadder and Baldric in that final episode, coming over the top, fighting the massed machine guns of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Chair. I have to say I'm a little bit surprised to hear from our friends in Orange the level of dismissiveness and borderline vitriol about a couple of treasured institutions in our town, our pubs and our football club. So I'm going to say something very positive instead. So I'm really pleased that the Liberal Democrats have taken note of one of the issues that Reform UK Stratford campaigned on in our recent by-election victory in Salford Priors and also rural. So per our leaflets, last year a paltry £43,000 was allocated in the budget to tackle domestic abuse. Now I think we can all agree that the increased amount proposed this year following our campaigning is a good thing for Stratford. So well done everybody. Really quick thing, of course we acknowledge that climate change is a real thing. Our proposals... So, what we do know is that the United Kingdom contributes only about 1% of global CO2 emissions annually. 1%, that's the whole country. It's a drop in the ocean. Of that tiny amount, Stratford District's contribution is tinier yet. So there's absolutely no point spending millions of council taxpayers' hard-earned pounds on net zero projects in Stratford. Okay? So solar panels, HVO fuel and vehicles, it is pointless spending that money locally. It's a total waste of money. It will not make any difference globally or locally. It is completely pointless. That's a fact. I mean, you know, 1% nationally, what could we possibly achieve locally? Don't forget also that British taxpayers are already spending vast sums nationally to decarbonise the grid. That's why we have some of Europe's highest energy bills. Now, that's a debate to be had on the national level. It's not to be had here. There's no possible local justification or benefit for charging our taxpayers even more on top of what's happening nationally. So instead, Reform's budget locally focuses on local common sense, to use your phrase, Darren, proposals that would be of immediate benefit to residents, okay? So we'd reallocate that net zero money towards spending for things that are actually going to help people locally and they're going to make a difference. So that's pubs, the historic lifeblood and third spaces of our local and tourist economy, amazing local assets like Stratford Town FC. I'm sorry that you support Ulster instead, Tom. And, you know, the local environment stuff is important. It's just not worth doing on a national, global level. We'd protect rural areas. We'd fund rural initiatives. That's the type of environmentalism that Reform UK practices. So I'm sorry to say that many of the Lib Dem, Conservative and Green proposals we've considered today are at best financially imprudent and at worst a form of moral vanity and profligacy that will prove extremely expensive for the hard-pressed residents of our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Passingham.
The councillor has just said these proposals will be extremely expensive. Well, one proposal that the administration made is for the solar car park, and this is what they want to scrap, and that will be paid for within 7 years. So after that, it will save us money. Many of the proposals in the climate change budget will improve the environment for the future, for everyone. It will improve nature for everyone. It will restore nature for everyone. It is important to safeguard people who are in poverty and struggling now, and a lot of the proposals in the Lib Dem administration budget were proposing that, and we'd got some more that we were going to propose on top of that. But we have to think of the future. We have to think of our children and grandchildren as well, not just now, not just playing football now, not just going to the pub now. And that's what the Climate Change Fund is here for. But in particular, I think there's one very short-sighted thing that the Reform budget was proposing to do, which was to scrap the pedestrianisation of the centre of Stratford. If we want Stratford to be a modern tourist town centre, we need to make it pedestrianised. If you go to anywhere else in Europe, any other hotspot for tourism, historical town in the whole country, they are all pedestrianised. It will make the centre of Stratford so much more pleasant to be in. We won't have to watch the traffic all the time. We'll have a purer air and environment. We'll have a more of a cafe culture, and it will make it a lot nicer town. So I think all of the Reform proposals are really very, very misguided.
Thank you. Councillor Crump.
Thank you, Chair. I'll mention Southam United Football Club. We've had Ulster, we might as well have Stratford as well, so I mentioned Southam. And it's good to see my role of, I just wondered who's going to take on my role of puns as I'm getting older, but Councillor Ballinger, I'm pleased to see my puns legacy is in safe hands, so well done. Good man, thank you. And then it got me thinking about the legacy fund, the last item of the Reform budget, 1.47 million, allowing 35k per district councillor to leave a meaningful legacy to the ward they represent. There is a similar scheme at the county, which has merits about it. But the problem with this is going to create a cottage industry. 36 councillors trying to allocate the £35,000. Who's going to be supporting the councillors? There's nothing in the budget to say there's going to be an officer to support the spending of this 1.47 million, almost £1.5 million of public money. No doubt, if it was chosen to be approved, some of it would be spent on laudable projects, but there's no guarantee. And this would certainly, like I say, create a cottage industry. What SDC policies are we trying to achieve by spending this £1.5 million? And basically, I think the administration costs of this scheme would probably run into, well, at least 5% of the scheme, maybe even 10%. And even Councillor Curtis is nodding on there. I won't look at Richard, so he can't say. But I do think it's creating a cottage industry. So whilst it has some merits, I think it hasn't been thought through properly. And I can't support this £1.5 million spent without any real background information, what policies are we trying to achieve, and who would actually be supporting this role. Would it be existing officers, or do we have to employ at least one officer, if not two officers, to support this role? So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crump. Councillor Littlewood, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to come back to Councillor Jones's thoughts about the PV canopies, the photovoltaic canopies over the car park, and the reason for them. And yes, he's absolutely correct that this country only introduces 1% per annum, historically, in recent years anyway, to global emissions. And I'm delighted to hear that he believes that climate change is a real thing, because certainly his national leader doesn't. And oh, sorry, it's not Trump, it's the other guy. Accepting reality is a good starting point. But what doesn't seem to be understood is this is not just about climate change. This project is about investing public money into a resource, a capital resource that will generate more than it costs. The batteries to power the electric car charging facilities will take 5 or 6 years to pay back, and the actual PV canopies around about 12 years, 13 years. So this is planning for security into the future to generate funds to reduce the council tax that our residents will pay. So that is just a point of clarity, I suppose. But in general, I will not be able to support the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littlewood. Councillor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to pick up on a couple of points. Councillor Jones, I can understand your argument that, you know, whatever you do locally is not important, but it is, because that's how you start. You start with the smaller things locally, and as more people do things locally, it improves for the next generation, which is why this administration changed from diesel refuse lorries going around the district and changed to HVO, which is much cleaner, and they really do not smell as bad. I can tell that from having them go down my very urban ward. We can mention about, Councillor Ballinger mentioned about Ulster FC and about support they need. Well, we can say that about every single football club any of us have in our wards. Every single one of them are important and deserve support. And it's a case of they deserve support now. Stratford FC have had it, and a lot of it. And let's support the other ones that are outside of this one area. And that's how you change things better for the community, is by looking at the community and making those changes. And that is what this administration is doing and will continue to do for the benefit of all our residents. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alcock. Any further members before I bring in Councillor Wally Hoggins? Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Wally Hoggins, if you'd like to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you. What doesn't seem to be understood here is that this council ceases to exist in 2028. The solar panel scheme before you is, I think, at best, optimistic. You are not, there is no way in the proposal that it talks about the degradation of those solar panels that become less effective as time evolves. The other matter to bring to the fore regarding the solar panels is that there is no proper and consistent way of recycling solar panels at the moment. So it isn't just a question of putting it in your glass bin. It's a very specialised area and it costs money in order to recycle that, and it isn't a carbon neutral process either. But I ask this of you, as there's been quite some vitriol about the football club and the spending there. I ask this of you to look very carefully at the details in that proposal, because that proposal is made because it supports those with dementia and it supports those unable to access mainstream education, amongst other things. It is quite a lengthy proposal there. The councillor fund at the very end of that, I would have anticipated that that could have been sourced within officer time that we have at the moment. But that capacity would have to be taken away and talked about. So I think this is a budget for the people. I think that trying to achieve net zero for a council that won't exist from 2028 and spending money recklessly on matters that won't make a difference, I think, is very imprudent indeed. So we say, spend our council tax money wisely and prudently on matters that will make an immediate difference to their lives and will leave a legacy for Stratford District Council, other than a solar panel scheme which may or may not be as effective as you're hoping, and for a council that you don't actually run in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wally Hoggins. We will now go to a vote on this proposal. I will ask Mr Buckland to make a statement. Thank you. It will be a recorded vote, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I will remain seated whilst I conduct the recorded vote, if that's okay with Council. There are a suite of packages, therefore, on the MOVE papers that have to be taken on block because they are 6 identified areas of financing for 5 particular spending proposals. They can't be divorced and therefore they'll be taken on block. What I'm asking Council to do when I call out your name is whether you are for, against or abstaining on the amendment which has been tabled by Reform UK. I will be going in alphabetical order, but starting with the Chair of Council, Councillor Rolfe.
Against.
Councillor Rice.
Against.
Councillor Adam.
Against.
Councillor Alcock.
Against.
Councillor Ballinger.
100% against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Coles.
Against.
Councillor Coucher.
Against.
Councillor Crump.
Against.
Councillor Curtis.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against.
Councillor Ian Fradgley. Councillor Jenny Fradgley. Councillor Gist.
Against.
Councillor Grocott. Councillor Harrison.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
Against.
Councillor Johnston.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Juned.
Against.
Councillor Keithley.
110% against.
Councillor Littlewood.
Against.
Councillor Mills.
Against.
Councillor Organ.
Against.
Councillor Ostrander.
Against.
Councillor Padgham. Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Against.
Councillor Parry.
Against.
Councillor Passingham.
Against.
Councillor Pemberton.
I'm not going to enter a percentage arms race. I'm just against.
Councillor Petrovic.
Against.
Councillor Rock.
Against.
Councillor Shenton.
Against.
And Councillor Worley-Hoggins.
1,000,000% for.
So, Chair, I make that 2 votes for and 32 against, and therefore that fails. Thank you.
Thank you. The reform budget proposal fails. Thank you very much. Councillors, can I propose an 8-minute loo break, please, if that's okay with everyone, and a bit of a stretch? Well, I'm kind of looking at the clock from here and thinking 4:15. Is that okay, everyone? Sorry, is that 100? And did I miss anybody out? Councillor Keithley, would you like to speak on this? Any members wish to speak on it, on the budget, apart from those I've just mentioned?
Just a query, Chair, do group leaders...
Yes, absolutely, group
Other than
leaders.
that, oh, okay.
Group leaders, yeah. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Curtis, I've noted, yes, you're proposing it, so.
Very end, if I may.
I'm sorry?
At the end of the debate.
At the end of the debate, you'll sum up, yes. So no other members wish to speak on this, apart from group leaders? Yes, group leaders and those mentioned. Councillor Shenton, okay. Right, I'm going to start with Councillor Coles, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm presenting my part of this budget, which I have worked with very much in conjunction with my colleagues. And I have various things that I would like to bring your attention to about it. I would like to start by saying that I have had the privilege to have held the Housing and Customer Services portfolio for our Liberal Democrat administration. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the staff within the team for their help and also their expertise in supporting both residents and councillors through the many, many questions and problems that arise through every day and the issues that come from our residents and from... Can you not hear me? Why are you complaining? It makes life better for you. Let's go with it. The growth bids that we're presenting in this budget within the Housing Customer Services portfolio are a continuation of our administration's plans and also represent our aspirations for the future, regardless of the shape that that future might take. I think what I am proud, particularly, and I think it would be something shared by my colleagues, about the achievements that we have made over the last 3 years. And I can point Councillor Keithley's work that we've done on the health screening scheme, which we've done in partnership with the Graham Fulford Trust, and which we've been able to continue for another year. We've been able to create temporary accommodation for the homeless, and we have provision in the budget to continue doing that and create more. And we are able to support people who suffer from the cost of living crisis. And I do want to make this very clear. We are providing support for people suffering from the cost of living crisis. That is in our budget. We're proud of the work that we've done with the Armed Forces Covenant and the Employers Silver Award, which has been given to Stratford District Council. I spent time last week helping to judge the small award applications for our community grant scheme, which appeared in this current year's budget. And I have to say that it was wonderful to see the many ideas that came forward. But I think what was most important was the enormous volume of community spirit and community structure and work that was done, that was shown in the application. And I think the entire district, residents, council and the rest should take enormous credit for this, because it is a very, very powerful force for creating good. And I really would like to pay tribute for all the people who are involved, all the volunteers, all the groups that spring up across the district, for everyone in the district. The Community Grant Scheme was put in place to support community-held infrastructure and projects. And it was linked in part to work that was done 100 years ago at the end of the First World War and again at the end of the Second World War, where communities came together to put these community-owned facilities into place. They are ageing, we all age, they've done quite well, but there are those that need the support, need additional investment to ensure their future sustainability. One of the things I would like to point out is there is no greenwashing in helping a community-held asset, village hall, social centre, to fix their windows or insulate them to cut the cost of their electricity bills. This is simply common sense. It is just basic. If you've got a draft, you fix it, your electricity bills go down. And that is where all our work comes from in this Liberal Democrat administration. Common sense, make a difference. I would draw your attention, and I won't promise read all these out to you. I'm sure you're all aware of them. But if you look at the growth bids within the housing and specifically the community support work that we have put in, some of them have been mentioned already. I won't mention them. But if you look at the work and where this money is being directed, it is not in some officer. It is someone who is being put in place to help deliver a result
30 seconds.
for our residents. All these projects come from a thread of ambition, partnership, delivery that comes from the basis of our work throughout the term of this administration. We're delighted to out these proposals. I have great pride in the growth bits we're putting forwards, and I would recommend to you that this work is recognised and that you accept this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Councillor Adam, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've taken the opportunity to read through again the response that we had from the consultation. I'm really glad that this council is dedicated to consulting residents, and the responses from the respondents are very positive. We've got 10 out of the 11 lines are in support of what we're proposing, with the 11th being only very slight. But I do recognise some of the comments that have been raised, particularly being out in the far east of the district and a ward member covering Southam. I know that there's a historic perception that we are still contending to get through, that we aren't distributing our resources and spending for the district as a whole. But I think that's something we are actively trying to do with this budget, so that places like Southam, places like surrounding villages do see the benefit of what we're trying to do for our communities. This is through a number of items, things like the neighbourhood development plans funding for parish councils. As a parish champion, I'm exceedingly welcome with that. We're putting money into rural crime advisors to help rural communities, be they agricultural businesses or even people living in isolated areas, to fight and prevent the crime that they face. We do have specific places like Upper Lighthorn getting a parenting project funding. We're supporting VASA for the drivers scheme to help people in more remote areas get to hospital and GP appointments. It goes on that we are demonstrating our willingness and our drive to support our whole district and support our residents across the piece. I'm really proud of that, and it's something that I'm looking forward to continuing. On the climate change aspects, I'm, as portfolio holder for projects, I have a huge amount of oversight of the installation of these PVs, and I think the issue I have with the characterisation is that not only are they there for now to instill a better economic value for our district, they will go in to help the climate emergency that we have all got behind in this council. We committed to working against the climate change we are seeing, and these are the installations that we have to combat that. It's also an investment to whatever council assumes those assets. These assets aren't going to go away. They are going to be taken on by the next council, and that council will see the benefits for the residents, for the same residents that we represent now. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be supporting it, and I think the way in which this budget is doing that represents the best value for our residents across the area.
Thank you, Councillor Adam. Councillor Coucher, please.
Thanks, Chair. We've already been described this afternoon as being profligate. Our council tax is going up 2.9%, lower than the rate of inflation, and significantly lower than the Reform Conservative budget that's gone on in the county at 4.44%. So I think when people are describing us as profligate, I think they're being misguided. I was particularly, actually quite shocked that Reform would come forward with two proposals here which are absolutely crucial to the well-being of this district going forward. To actually scrap working on the Western Bypass is just sheer vandalism. Anybody who has any understanding of what we're doing with the South Warwickshire local plan knows that we have got to sort out the transport arrangements around Stratford so that we can develop development outside the green belt. If the Reform want to scrap that, basically we want to look at possibly, and I'm sure Councillor Passingham won't be supporting this, Shipston Newtown, or indeed some very major developments in the green belt. So that's absolutely crazy. High street pedestrianisation is all about the commercial reality of Stratford District. We heard some bleating going on from Reform about unemployed, oh, people are too poor, this being a really difficult place to live in. I don't recognise that as Stratford District at all. And what we're trying to do in terms of our investment for the future is ensure that we're putting in the infrastructure we need to make sure that this remains a vibrant and vital economic area of this particular county. Councillor Pemberton said, do it properly. Yes, that's precisely what we're trying to do. But we are obviously having to work with the county council that doesn't really want to actually invest here in the south of the county. And in fact, the only way we can actually do it properly is by starting off, hopefully, with something temporary that we can make permanent. So our investment on the high street pedestrianisation, a very sensible arrangement. I am delighted to be able to say in this budget proposal, having heard for years and years and years that something was going to happen on the Gateway site, that actually we are now actually putting money into this. So actually you'll see physical change there, and working with Shakespeare's Birthplace Trust and others, we are going to bring forward the Gateway scheme over the next couple of years, but we will be making a physical start on it, and a real blot on the landscape in Stratford will go. I just hope that we can do something on BHS and some of the other problems that we've got, but we are working very hard on that. And working very hard is what this council is doing, which is why I'm delighted we're putting £500,000 in to actually fund our team dealing with the five-year housing land supply issue that we have to do. We recognise we have a major problem here. Government have changed the goalposts. A more supine council might have started to take legal action against the government or saying, oh, it shouldn't happen or whatever. What we are doing is taking a positive attitude about how we're going to make sure that this actually is to the benefit of people in Stratford District. And as I've said already twice today, we've got to find room for 28,000 houses, and we've got to re-establish a five-year housing land supply in 18 months' time, and we will do that. And that's what we're putting the money in to make sure, because this is a positive budget by a council that understands reality and is actually going ahead and doing stuff that we need to do. I think it actually ticks the right boxes. It is helping our residents here in this district go forward, and I would endorse and hope that everybody will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coucher. Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. I've been the Liberal Democrat portfolio holder for environmental and neighbourhood services for nearly 3 years now, and I would like to put on record my appreciation for the outstanding work of Julie Lewis, Head of Environmental and Neighbourhood Services at Stratford-upon-Avon District Council, and to the hard-working officers on her team. This service area is one of the most visible and impactful areas of this council's work. These services touch the daily lives of every resident, every business and every visitor in our district. From the cleanliness of our streets to the safety of our food, from the smooth running of our events to the resilience of our emergency planning, this department is at the very heart of what it means to deliver for our communities. We often say that local government is most appreciated when it works quietly and effectively in the background. And that's exactly what this team achieves. And this is not easy work. It's complex, often high pressure and increasingly demanding as expectations grow and our resources are stretched further. Yet Julie and her office has managed to deliver high quality, customer-focused services that make tangible differences across Stratford-upon-Avon district. Importantly, this is a team effort. There are dedicated officers, often unseen, working tirelessly in all weathers, all hours to serve our residents. We owe them a great debt of gratitude, and I think you will all join me in thanking Julie, her managers, Craig Bourne and Andrew Green, and the team of officers who work so hard for us. Thank you. I would also like to reflect on how the aims and objectives of this Liberal Democrat administration are being delivered through this service. The work of Julie's department is not just about operational matters, it's about creating cleaner, safer, healthier and a more vibrant community. And as you know, that sits at the heart of the priorities of our Lib Dem Council. Now, as some of you might know, that outside this chamber, I'm a Brownie leader. Each week I spend time with primary school age girls, helping to build skills, growing confidence, and most importantly, have fun. And the meeting starts at 6 o'clock, so come on, keep going. Something I do voluntarily because I'm passionate about creating opportunities for the next generation and strengthening the communities that we all care about. The environments we create, the services we deliver, and the opportunities we support all play a part in shaping these young lives. The items that I've been put forward from my portfolio reflect my commitment to supporting children and young people. Why the refurbishment of the playground at Shottery and the extension of the natural play area, cycle area may seem like relatively minor investments, they make a meaningful difference. These improvements will provide safe, engaging spaces where children can play, explore and develop, benefiting not just families in Stratford town, but also children who come to visit. These refurbishments are part of a wider ongoing programme to upgrade play areas across Stratford-on-Avon district. Now, we know that not every play area sits under Stratford District Council control. Many belong to parish councils, and that's limited what we can do directly. So we took action. We created the community grant scheme in the last budget, giving rural communities the funding they need to improve their own facilities. And it's working. The money is now being allocated and it will make a real difference right across our district. But there is another issue we cannot ignore. Too many play areas are managed by private management companies and residents are rightly raising concerns about poor maintenance of these open spaces. I've heard those concerns and I know many of my colleagues have heard this in the chamber too. That's why this administration has taken it seriously. Now, Task and Finish Group is to tackle this problem head on. And that at last budget, as a portfolio holder for environmental neighbourhood services, we back that work with action by funding a dedicated open spaces officer, which means we can work with planning to ensure that play areas or new developments are properly transferred to parishes or district councils, so they are maintained, protected and actually serve the communities they were built for. This work matters as it gives children access to something fundamental, exercise and time outdoors. And it's not a small thing. It plays a vital role in tackling childhood obesity and supporting healthier lifestyles from a young age. According to NHS England, in the health survey for 2022, around one in 7 children aged between 2 and 15 were classified as obese.
30 seconds.
Oh, thank you. So we know the consequences of that. So these are not just statistics, they are life-altering outcomes. But there is a positive message here. Early intervention works. By acting now, we can prevent many of these outcomes and reduce long-term healthcare costs. That's why access to physical activity is so important. It's essential for healthy development, for well-being, and for giving every child the best possible start in life. And that's why I'm committed to doing everything I can to make these opportunities accessible to all children across a district, not just to support one sport, such as football, in a central town location away from rural areas. So I'd like to thank the Administration and Cabinet for your support and to help deliver this important objective. And I'm proud to support this budget, and I'm delighted and recommend this Liberal Democrat budget to the Council today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Councillor Gist.
Thank you, Chair. It doesn't matter what your politics are or what your background is, we're all governed by the same set of rules. And if you'd asked me when I qualified as a solicitor, probably many more years ago than I care to think of, if I'd have thought that the constitution of this country or the rule of law might have become controversial or even under threat, I probably would have laughed. And yet you only need to turn on the news to see otherwise. So whilst our budget proposals for law and governance are probably less controversial, I hope a large part of that is because the law is important to all of us. Additional lawyers to bolster our very busy legal team shared with Warwick District Council, A community safety team leader will support our community safety team, who have been shortlisted from around 250 teams down to 4 for a national award for tackling ASB. This will help them continue to work with partners such as the police, and that will be with dealing with things not only that we see and hear them doing, but also the many, many things that we don't. I would also like to thank another partner, the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, once again, for working with us to fund the Rural Crime Advisors. They're so important to our rural communities. And all of the boroughs and districts, along with the County Council, continue to fund jointly a Prevent Officer to fulfil our statutory duty to help prevent people from being drawn into terrorism. I'm particularly pleased that we have allocated £1 million to support people who find themselves homeless, and I want to thank Councillor Coles and Curtis for their support with this proposal. Everyone deserves a safe home. Finally, all of the officers in the Law and Governance team under the watchful eye of the Monitoring Officer deserve our thanks. They work hard every day to keep us on the straight and narrow. I've been proud to be the portfolio holder for the nearly past 3 years. Governance and the rule of law shouldn't be controversial, so whilst we may disagree on many things in this chamber, doing things properly, although I think we've struggled with it a little bit more than I expected this afternoon, and within the law, is something that I hope we can all support along with this budget.
Thank you, Councillor Gist. Councillor Shenton.
Thank you, Chair. I think we'd all agree that the council officers do a fantastic job, so I won't repeat what's been said before. I will, however, thank Richard Burrell for coming back to me so quickly on to explain the transitional protection line of the budget. However, when I look at the budget, one of the things that does concern me is that we appear to be employing up to 13 officers, and over the period of the MTFS, it accounts for £2.2 million worth of expenditure. That concerns me a little bit, that we're empire building, that we're expanding at a time when we should be holding the line and making sure that the unitary has more than enough funding going forward from SDC. We shouldn't be spending, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, and we all have different views on this, in my opinion, we should be reining in expenditure, not expanding it in the way that it is. The other thing that concerns me is that when I look at the things like the tax base, which is an indicator of growth, if you like, within the district, it would appear that the tax base itself is based upon fairly modest growth. And bearing in mind that we have a 5-year housing land supply that is defective, if you like, and we also have to build 1,100 houses a year, 1,100 dwellings a year, it seems to me that we could have been a bit more aggressive with the tax take over or the council tax assumptions for the next few years. However, I accept that our Section 151 officer has taken a conservative view and a more prudent view than perhaps I would. So I accept that's the way it is. Much of the expenditure, as we've heard, seems to be centred around Stratford town and Stratford centric. I don't see any expenditure coming to the north. And Councillor Curtis, you can pull your face, but that's about the top and bottom of it. The expenditure, it tends to be centred around here. So, all in all, I think more could have been done with this than what has been done to give, if you like, return monies either to residents directly through various means or through projects that benefit more people in a wider area. The budget indicates an administration, in my opinion, that's allowing expansion of the officer base, which will incur at some point in the future further costs in terms of redundancy or pension contributions should it come to the point where we go to 1 or 2 unitaries and those people are not needed there. So all in all, there's lots of things I do like in the budget, but there I do think the concern for me is the fact that we've taken on all these officers, and up to now, we've got by quite well, I think, with the number of officers that we've got. So I'm slightly concerned about that, and at this point, I'm going to leave it there because, as far as I'm concerned, you know, there are good points in the budget, but I think could have been done better myself.
Thank you, Councillor Shenton. Before I go to group leaders, are there any other members in the room that wish to speak on the budget? No? I call upon Councillor Sarah Wally-Hoggins to speak, please.
An abhorrent term has been used in this council chamber just now, and that abhorrent term is bleating. We have been accused of bleating with regard to the unemployed and childhood poverty. I'm sure that the Cabinet member, George Coucher, will regret that statement in due course. Of course, he could perhaps reword the analogy that he's used. We stand by the fact that this district is on the precipice of not being as affluent as it perhaps once was. Childhood poverty is a very serious matter, and the Lib Dems themselves brought it up time and time again at the County Council budget meetings. Councillor Coucher also brought up the fact regarding the amount of council tax being raised. Can I just point out to everybody listening now or in the future that the Lib Dems are proposing to put their council tax up by 2.9%. This is the maximum allowed by district and borough councils. So your Lib Dem council is putting your council tax, their portion of the pie, up by 2.9%, demonstrating the fact that you see our residents as cash cows, because you're increasing the green bin charges as well. So, those of you that are struggling to pay, those of you that are unemployed, those experiencing childhood poverty, we tell you this, Reform UK, we are listening, we hear you, we understand, and we know the truth. It is still an undeniable fact that this council is spending more on climate change than it is on funds to support those in need. The devastating effect on the climate as a result of the consequences of this council losing its 5-year housing land supply seems to have been conveniently glossed over. The Stratford Relief Road Fund is just to pay for more officer time to look at options that have been looked at before. It does not pay for the road, and nor does it secure the funding required to build a relief road. Of great concern is the fact that you are spending money, it appears to us, for the sake of it. More care is required, more prudence is required in the run-up to devolution, because much more money is going to be needed by far more people, and just spending it for the sake of it is really showing the calibre of a Lib Dem council and their budget setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wally-Hoggins. Councillor Passingham, please.
Thank you. Yeah, in response to the statements by the portfolio holders, well, first of all, very much welcome all the efforts that the portfolio holder for housing and communities efforts on more housing for rent and for alleviating the homeless situation. We think some more could be done for that, because there are still 2,500 people on the house. Council tax by 2.9%, which is less than inflation. There are restrictions on how much can be spent to help the less fortunate in our society. We also support the Housing Standards Officer that we proposed in the budget last year, but money has been found this year to improve private rented housing in terms of energy efficiency, and because it's much of the worst housing stock in the district. But in terms of planning, George Coucher will be not surprised to hear that we fundamentally disagree over the western and now the eastern bypass. More big, expensive roads are only going to encourage more traffic. Then what we need is new communities that are less car dependent, that have built into them 20-minute communities where people can walk to their jobs, can walk to the shops, can have leisure and all the other facilities they need without jumping in a car. We seem to have missed the opportunity again for the revolutionary idea of a tram train system that links Worcester to Leamington via all the communities in between easily and accessibly. And I admit active travel, so more cycling and walking, is difficult to fit into the way modern towns are built, but the initiative on pedestrianising the town centre will at least mean that people can walk into the town centre and visitors can come to the town centre in a nicer environment than at the moment. In terms of the environment, there's much that is being done that's very good in terms of the environment. I just would want us to be careful that towns like Shipston, Wellesbourne and so on have as much funding for play areas and refurbishment and all the rest of it, and it looks from this budget as if an awful lot has been spent in Stratford on that, but we do agree that all that sort of expenditure is very important. The private management of open spaces is a really big bugbear in my ward, and the efforts of the council to employ an open space officer is very welcome. But thank you for all that you're contributing in terms of the administration to help the communities and the environment in Shipston and Stratford and the whole of the district. But we think you could have done some more, like we all can. But so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Passingham. I'm just going to mention at this point we have 3 more speakers on this and we have a few more agenda items. We are going to go way past 5 o'clock. If I was a betting man, I would say that we're going to go past 6 o'clock. Can I have your agreement that we continue after 5 o'clock and we'll make another decision perhaps around 6 to see how far we're going? Can I have a show of hands, please, for those that want to continue? I think that's pretty unanimous. Thank you very much. In which case, I now call on Councillor Pemberton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members will already have heard my overarching views about the administration's budget. There are things to like and to support: neighbourhood development plans, solar array on the leisure centre car park, albeit through a different route, and there is an economic benefit. 25% of car registrations last year were EV. We're a tourist town, so having large-scale EV charging is something that will attract people to this town. Councillor Coles, the previous administration had put money into temporary accommodation, so it's no surprise that we're with you on the £1 million for the temporary accommodation to reduce temporary accommodation costs. With you on veterans, although I would gently remind you that certainly the last time I checked, from an outcome perspective, we've not actually employed a single veteran yet. Gateway, we absolutely right decision to make to clear Gateway, reduce the business rates liability. I would gently nudge Councillor Coucher to say that the previous administration engaged with the then Metro Mayor to support the project. You followed on from that. That's all great stuff. Happy with all of that. High street pedestrianisation. I hear what you say about the county, but if you were to send a signal that says, we want this to happen, that would give businesses some confidence to actually invest in high street, because then they would know it's going to be pedestrianised. So if you're not prepared to nail your colours to the mast, we will. We support the permanent pedestrianisation of high street. Absolutely. If you're going to find a way to make it happen, I'll back you all the way. The bit about officers and everything else, it's about doing more with less. And when we come to a unitary in a couple of years' time, we're going to have to almost start with a fresh sheet of paper and work out how we're going to deliver services in an entirely different environment, using technology, using more people on the front line and less people keeping the machine going. So my advice to you is to start to learn how to do that now. I've just seen Mr. Burrell, and I forgot right at the very beginning to thank Mr. Burrell for his hard work and engagement with us on more than one occasion since the summer on our budget proposals. So just wanted to have that noted, if I may. When it comes down to it, what we've learnt today is that there's going to be a battle of ideas, real ideas, not ideas that deny the existence of climate change, and as Councillor Shenton suggested, you know, a flat earth policy or flat earth belief. Although I do note that one member of Reform seems to have stumbled over and worked out that the planet's spherical. So that's repentant sinners and all of that. But the true ideas are around, from my perspective, a tax and spend Liberal Democrat approach versus an approach that wants to make a real difference to people's lives by putting money in their pockets. There is something in what Reform says about the challenges that people face. Personally, ignoring the existence of climate change and giving the fantasy that that's how you're going to be able to solve people's problems is not the way to go. I think the big ideas are the ideas that we're going to put forward against this administration next May and bring it on. There's some stuff to like in this. We like neighbourhood development plans and solar panels. There's other stuff we don't. So on that basis, I'm not going to be able to support the budget in its entirety. I think there is a different way, and I shall wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Juno, please.
Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting debate. I just want to address a few issues that have arisen. Village halls have come up. It was actually in the budget last year that to introduce a VJ Day community grant for village halls. That is now happening. The small grants are underway, being judged, but there's also large grants. That was in last year's budget and has happened. There's been some denigration about the Community Climate Change and Nature Fund. Well, of that fund, 10 village halls received a total of 51,513 last year for solar insulation and battery storage. We've heard that we talk about Stratford-centric. Well, Henley Memorial Hall received money. Kyneton Village Hall did. Pillerton Priors Village Hall did. Tysoe Village Hall did. Snitterville Village Hall did. Shotterswell Village Hall did. Kyneton Village Hall did. Stockton Village Hall. Shottery Memorial Hall. Oh, that one is in Stratford. Tysoe Village Hall. So that grant for the village halls has actually gone right across the district. And if you look at the rest of that Climate Change and Nature Fund, you'll find that a similar pattern is there on the way that was spent. We've heard talk about not supporting more officers. Well, would you mind telling me who is actually going to make sure that any accommodation is decent, compliant with health and safety legislation, making sure that private landlords look after the accommodation for their tenants, making sure that we do not get, as has happened elsewhere in other councils, county council areas, where in one case, a landlord allowed 2 properties to be let to people that were of substandard health and safety. How do we get somebody who will make sure that there is a proper support for veterans? How do we make sure that local small businesses are actually supported without an economic development officer? How do we make sure that people do not descend into cycles of debt without a welfare officer who can sort things out at an early enough stage to prevent that debt climbing? So there is some things that we know. We've heard talk about green waste bins as well. Now I'm going to give a quote, and this quote came from 2019. And this quote said, "We're not afraid to make the responsible and sometimes difficult decisions, and therefore it was decided we should act now to ensure that the Council is in a stable financial position and more resilient to changes in central government funding." And what was that about? It was about introducing green waste charges. And the councillor who did it was Councillor Ian Shenton. So it's still on public record. And sometimes you have to do that in order to be able to look after people. Now, I've also got in front of me here deprivation indices for the whole district. And we've got the particular, it was done by a whole combination. Look, it's been looked at across Warwickshire. But I've got the Stratford District Council indices here. Now, what are the highest, most deprivation? The majority, actually, when you look at the figures, the majority of the area does not have severe deprivation, but there are pockets of deprivation. And those need to be tackled, and that's why we've got our cost of living, and why we continue to fund environmental energy efficiency through organisations such as Act on Energy, and also and supporting the community, the Citizens Advice Bureau and other organisations.
30 seconds.
And maybe I should just draw attention to the fact that the areas of most deprivation are in fuel poverty, where people cannot meet their cost of living, cost of energy. And one of the areas that has the highest fuel poverty area is Vale of Red Horse, and areas that are in the rural areas. And we've got to make sure that we tackle that. But there's also areas of deprivation in not being able to get affordable housing.
Please, can you wind up?
And that is also why it's in the budget to make sure that we get and make sure that we cover housing land supply, but also temporary accommodation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Chairman, point of order, please. Just while we're putting things on the record, for the record, the Liberal Democrats refused to vote in favour of the introduction of the green waste subscription. That's that's not making difficult decisions. That's avoiding difficult decisions.
That is not a point of order, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Curtis, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat the whole debate, you'll be pleased to know I've only got 3 minutes. It's been an informative and occasionally entertaining afternoon. And I've listened with interest and I hope respectfully to alternative proposals that have been put forward. This Lib Dem administration budget is a budget primarily to invest in our future. It's investing in our rural communities, it's investing in young people and families, it's investing in our business community. And yes, it's also investing in measures to mitigate the impact of future climate change. Councillor Parker said yes, investing in climate change, it's an investment in our future. Councillor Shenton, to remove funding from climate change would be a retrograde step. Councillor Pemberton, climate change is an existential threat. Councillor Littlewood on the solar arrays, and it's an investment with a 12-year return. I'm pleased Councillor Jones acknowledges climate change is real, but then he says it's not worth protecting our local environment. However, I'm pleased to see that in the latest report that we've had continued improvement in air quality in our district, as are my grandchildren. But I don't belong to a party that is funded by the fossil fuel lobby. Thanks to a massive investment in green technology in China, it has seen its global emissions fall for the first time. This is a responsible budget that invests in our future, not just for the next 2 years. It's not for the short term, but it will leave whatever administration comes in 2 or 3 years in a sound and better financial position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curtis. That comes to the end of our debate on the substantive budget, and I will now call Mr. Buckland to operate the recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the vote that I'm now going to ask you whether you are voting for, against or abstaining is the original minute from the Cabinet on the 9th of February, and then the additional minute that's been circulated this morning from this morning's meeting. We have Councillor Harvey's just left the room, so we won't have Councillor Harvey, but I will start again with the Chair of Council, Councillor Rolfe.
4.
Councillor Rice.
4.
So I can also just remind councillors, and I know Councillor Rice did, so I'm not picking on him, but when you do indicate whether you're for, against or abstaining, that you do open your microphone as well, just for the audience at home. Councillor Adam.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Alcock.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Ballinger.
Absolutely 4.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
4.
Councillor Coucher.
4.
Councillor Crump.
Abstain.
Councillor Curtis.
4.
Councillor Fleming.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Fradgley. 4. Councillor Jenny Fradgley.
4.
Councillor Gist.
4.
Councillor Grocott.
4.
Councillor Harrison.
4.
Councillor Johnston.
4.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Junid.
4.
Councillor Keithley.
4.
Councillor Littlewood.
Abstain.
Councillor Mills.
Abstain.
Councillor Organ.
Abstain.
Councillor Ostrander.
4.
Councillor Padgham.
4.
Councillor Parker.
Abstain.
Councillor Parry.
Abstain.
Councillor Passingham.
Abstain.
Councillor Pemberton.
Abstain.
Councillor Petrovic.
4.
Councillor Rock.
4.
Councillor Shenton.
Abstain.
Councillor Wally Hoggins.
Against.
Thank you, Chair. I make that 21 votes for, 2 against, with 10 abstentions, and therefore that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. I too would like to put on record the thanks to Richard Burrell and his team for working so hard with all the groups on the budget proposal. There'll be a very, very short adjournment. I really don't want you leaving. It takes about 10 minutes to get you all back in the room. If you could stay around whilst the Democratic Services hand out the council tax budget paper, and we will go straight into debate on that. Thank you very much. So item 9 is the council tax. I invite Councillor David Curtis, portfolio holder for resources, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much to Councillor Pemberton's relief, I will be as brief as possible. This report presents the...
Sorry, may I just interrupt you? Councillor Curtis, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I will be brief. This report presents the necessary information to enable the Council to calculate and set the Council tax for 26-27, and the recommendation is to approve the formal Council tax resolution at Appendix 1 in the papers you have before you. You've all got the papers in front of you. I'm not going to read any more of it. I'm sure you're perfectly capable of reading it all yourselves and moving to a debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder on this, please? Councillor Dewled, thank you. Do you reserve your right to speak? Thank you so much. Are there any members who wish to speak on this matter? No? In which case, I am going to go to the seconder, which is Councillor Dewled, to say a few words, please.
I don't need to say much, except that this now gives the district council the ability to actually put together the council tax and act as the collector. What is of interest to you is on page 2, which is the split between the different authorities that will be taking different amounts of the council tax, and then the final one, which is the parish council bands as well. And you will notice that Stratford District Council's council bounty council tax is actually lower than a couple of the parish councils are charging. Okay, but it's up to you now to accept the proposal and the recommendation.
Thank you. Well, this will also go to a recorded vote, so I ask Councillor David Buckland, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Chair of Council, Councillor Rolfe.
4. Sorry, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
4.
Councillor Adam.
4.
Councillor Alcock.
4.
Councillor Ballinger.
4.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Coles.
4.
Councillor Coucher.
4.
Councillor Crump.
Abstain.
Councillor Curtis.
4.
Councillor Fleming.
Abstain.
Councillor Ian Fradgley. Councillor Jenny Fradgley.
4.
Councillor Gist.
4.
Councillor Grocott.
4.
Councillor Harrison.
4.
Councillor Johnston.
4.
Councillor Jones.
Abstain.
Councillor Juned.
4.
Councillor Keithley.
4.
Councillor Littlewood.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Abstain.
Councillor Organ.
Abstain.
Councillor Ostrander.
4.
Councillor Padgham has now left, so Councillor Parker.
4.
Councillor Parry.
Abstain.
Councillor Passingham.
4.
Councillor Pemberton.
Abstain.
Councillor Petrovic.
4.
Councillor Rock.
4.
Councillor Shenton.
Abstain.
And Councillor Wally Hoggins.
Abstain.
Thank you, Chair. That's 22 votes for, none against, with 10 abstentions. That's carried. Thank you.
That's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 10, minute 473 from Employment Committee meeting on the 3rd of February 2026 regarding the pay policy statement 26-27 annual review. I invite Councillor Johnston, Chair of Employment Committee, to introduce this report.
Thank you, Chair. Could I commend the pay policy statement for 26-27, which was considered by the Employment Committee before referring it to the Council. The Employment Committee agreed this unanimously. the policy statement does exceed our minimum legal requirement as it describes the overall reward strategy of the Council. And finally, I'd like to thank all the members of the HR team who helped in the preparation of the report.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder to this? Councillor Brown, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to say very much because we have to do it. It's a reasonable report, I think, and I would commend it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak on the matter in the room? Okay, we have a proposer and a seconder. Are we all agreed? Thank you very much. Item 11 on the agenda is minute 507 from the Cabinet meeting this morning regarding the introduction of a second homes premium. I invite Councillor Coles to introduce this report. Councillor Jenny Fraggi, do you wish to speak before? Okay.
Yes, it's.
Please do.
I think you have on your tables a gentle proposed amendment, which I hope the portfolio holder will accept, in that the wording should be changed to the authority delegated to head of housing, revenues and customer service in consultation with the portfolio holder to take necessary steps to implement the declaration.
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Councillor Coles, would you like to introduce the item, please?
It's just all a subtle ploy to make me spend some more calories and keep me limber, but that's fine. Thank you, Chair. Yes, you have the paper before you. This is a paper to support the introduction of a second homes premium within the district. It is to recommend the introduction of a council tax premium in respect of second homes following public consultation. And the recommendations are that the implementation of a 100% premium on second homes be endorsed, that the council be asked to make a determination beg your pardon, in respect to properties classified as second homes. The discount under section 11(2)(a) of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 shall not apply, and 100% premium for second home properties shall be applied with effect from the 1st of April 2027. And the third recommendation, as proposed by my colleague Councillor Jenny Fraggi, is that the authority be delegated to the Head of Housing, Revenues and Customer Services in consultation with the portfolio holder to take the necessary steps to implement the decision. The recommendation is part of the process we need to follow as a council to introduce the second homes council premium. I've mentioned the recommendations. We have assessed, as part of this work, the potential impact of introducing this premium, and we now need to determine if we need a local policy to add statutory exemptions or if it could be handled under Section 13 as we see fit. The detail of the impacts are listed on page 5 of the report, Section 3, and you can see all the areas covered by the government that we are required to look at. We need to having accepted this, and I hope you will accept it, that we now have a year in which to work how we deal with this at a local level. We need to look at the exemptions proposed by the national legislation, and we need to look at any local issues that might arise or concerns that have arisen, and how the council chooses to manage those exceptions, if any are needed at local level. Whether we put them under I stopped flapping my hands. Whether we put them under a listing exception by exception, or we put under a general management by the powers we're already given. Locally, many of our neighbouring councils have adopted this council tax already. The adoptions are all quite recent. It's only been recently adopted in many areas, and so it is too early, really, to collect a good data set of the effect that this council has had. This actually here is a list of neighbouring or close neighbouring councils that have already introduced this, and it is already in play. And I'm sure that many of us have seen news articles and information about where things have not gone as planned or where there have been problems. But actually, we're not seeing the results of the over 200 councils who have implemented, and it's just gone through and there haven't been issues. We will also be working as part of the project that we do during the year to work on our communications with people who might potentially be addressed, have this premium coming their way, that we will also be working to communicate with residents or non-residents who are concerned that they might be caught, but actually have not completely got full clarification on what these exceptions are. So this is all going to be work in hand, it's work in progress through the year, and we will be making clear and sure to residents so that they know where they are. It might be also interesting to note that actually many of the people who might be required to pay this premium aren't actually residents. They're people who live elsewhere who have a holiday home in the district. So it's not a cunning plan by the Liberal Democrats to dive into another set of pockets, which might possibly be raised as an issue. Good heavens, who knows? But sorry. What? No. So it is something to consider when you are looking at
30
it.
seconds.
Okay, I'll leave it there. But I recommend this to you. It is an ongoing piece of work, and it is something that is acting in accordance with national legislation. And again, once again, to make sure we have clarity on the issue and we do the job properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yes,
Councillor
I'm
Curtis.
happy to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Are
I'd
there-
like to reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any members who wish to speak on the matter? Councillor Crump.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just very briefly, this was discussed at OSC, and I mentioned it at Council Cabinet this morning, and it was noted in minute 507. We are broadly supportive of this. Yeah, we acknowledge that you have 12 months to work on this, and we're supportive of the delegation to the Head of Housing, Revenue and Customer Services. We would just like some input, really. We think we could be a critical friend to be able to opportunity to input later in the year to discuss various items such as exemptions, implementation specifics, admin costs, interpretation of the definition of the second home from the Local Government Finance Act, evidenced effects and unintended consequences in other areas, and a cost benefit or sensitivity analysis exercise. But on the whole, supportive. So if the portfolio holder could commit to some input from ourselves or come into OSC later in the year, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crump. Councillor Sarah Worley-Hoggins.
Hello. I have some experience of the consequences of this council tax on second homes, because my parents live in, well, one parent's died now, but live in Gwynedd, and the effect there has been catastrophic on the local housing market, tourism and other industries and employment associated with second homes. So we need to, I hope you're going to proceed with absolute caution with this. Much is being made of this bringing more affordable homes to the market, but we have no information before us, I don't believe, regarding the council tax banding of these properties or their location, so have no idea if these homes will be affordable. Residents in second homes are already paying 100% in council tax for the joy of having a second home, and they put much into the local economy from there with whatever it is that they do when they're visiting their second home, and we mustn't forget that. But of more concern is these unintended consequences, because the people with the second homes are quite at liberty to designate these properties as being a small business for holiday rentals, and if they do that, They don't have to pay any council tax. And don't forget, they're already paying 100% of the council tax for the property, for their second property. So we might just lose that we might just lose that 100% tariff of council tax for that property if they convert that to a business, and that is what happened in a lot of cases. So I'm deeply uncomfortable by this, mainly because of the unintended consequences, and there is no guarantee that this will have the effect that you hope it will have. And the endorsement of this policy by the Labour Party, I think, is just abhorrent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wally-Hoggins. Councillor Rock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm required to second the amendment that's been proposed, because if necessary, I'll do so. And then I'd just like to say something. So I take your guidance on the seconding the amendment.
It's already been seconded by
Has it?
Councillor Curtis.
I didn't think it had. I thought you seconded the proposal.
The amendment.
Pardon me. The amendment was accepted by the proposal of the original motion.
Without the need for seconding.
Yeah.
Right. I just wanted to say something which accords with what has also been said. I declared an interest at the beginning because, as I said, I've recently been appointed an executor and find myself in a position that my wife is now sort of in this position of having another house. And I'm aware suddenly, and I approach this with an open mind, but it does put me in this position of finding yourself that you might be penalised. And I think this is one of the things that points have been made about. On the other hand, I've got an empty home in my ward that was empty when I first got elected. Those of us that were here some time ago, I was first elected in 2003, so we don't have the mechanisms to require people to put those houses back into the housing market, which is disturbing. How this will help us, I don't know. They're already paying double council tax, effectively. You know, it's tricky. But the point of the amendment that my colleague has put forward is to make sure we do get some sort of democratic input that through the portfolio holder, because I think we do want to be alive to the fact that there is intention behind this, but it would be easy that the sort of outfall for this does produce punitive effects on people that were not intended to be caught by it. So I think it's quite important that we get some sort of democratic input to it, which colleagues on both sides are picking up on that. So I would support this now, but I think that those points that have been made are well made, and we just need to think about the detail of how this gets implemented. We're giving ourselves the opportunity to do that now by passing this and working out how to do this in individual cases as we go forward over the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rock. Councillor Pemberton.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we're asked to be taking an in-principle decision here with work to be done before the policy's engaged, and there's a commitment from the Cabinet member that overview and scrutiny will be engaged in that process, and I think that will help Councillor Rock on the democratic input side of it. I would point out to Councillor Rock, there is a process about trying to take on empty homes, but it is one of the longest and most convoluted processes in the history of the universe. I know that from an example in my own ward. Just a couple of comments I'd make perhaps to the Cabinet member by way of a sort of critical friend, perhaps to think about, and I'm sure it's not beyond our wit, to ensure that there's no opportunity to swerve and to reorder your affairs to circumvent by creating a business when there's a business not really there. But I'm sure that'll be something that that will be looked over, because I'm sure there is nobody in this room who would want to encourage any kind of swerving of people's obligations. The other thing that I would perhaps ask the Cabinet member to consider, not entirely sure whether this is a runner, but there is the concern raised about the impact and for affordable housing. The extent, if at all, legally we could ring fence the proceeds for affordable housing, perhaps buying more units, you know, to support the housing to rent, just to think about kind of a thing. So, yeah, just, and I'm not sure whether whatever, whether it's that or ring fencing. Yeah, so if that's a starter, I mean, certainly I am sure that that would be something that would help it along in this chamber if there was some mechanism to add funds around affordable housing and temporary accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Shenton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. It's been covered to a certain degree by everyone who's spoken up to now, including Councillor Wally-Hoggins. I too have perhaps a slight concern about the unintended consequence when we haven't got data to support it. Broadly speaking, I'm in favour of this, but all over the internet is advice on how you avoid this. It's there for everyone to see. Just type in council tax or on second properties and it will tell you turn it into a business and claim small business relief. And in actual fact then we could be worse off rather than better off from this, because not only are we losing that property but we're losing income out of it. So it's that kind of thing I would be interested in looking at, and I'm sure overview and scrutiny will be looking at. I accept that you haven't got all the data, you've already said that, and it is a case of feeling your way through this one, and you've got to have a 12 months lead in, but it is that there's no guarantee that it will increase the affordable housing stock, if you like, or even improve the housing stock, but it is worth trying, so I'd accept that.
Thank you. Councillor Keithley.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. Well, yeah, quite a bit's been said. I think we need to go into it with our eyes open. We don't know what some of these unintended consequences are, and we don't want people unnecessarily penalised by virtue of this policy. But I would just take the opportunity to clarify what I consider to be some misinformation coming from Councillor Wally-Hoggins in respect of the Gwynedd case study, because we've heard that there have been all sorts of impacts on tourism and economy as a result of this proposal in Gwynedd. But in fact, when you read the case study report from November 2025, the study did not find any clear evidence of any significant adverse economic impacts on this policy. More importantly, the official council evidence from this report showed a housing use effect, and what they say there is more homes were brought back into being main residences than before the change was made. And I think why this is important is that if we do nothing, we're going to get a lot more of the same. But if we take a step forward, and whilst some people might seek to avoid it by changing the use of their premises into businesses and the like, I think that in the fullness of time we'll see that it has a positive impact on housing supply if the Gwynedd case study is anything to go by, which is something different to perhaps some of the information we'd heard before from Councillor Wally-Hoggins. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keithley. Councillor Wally-Hoggins, you have a point of order.
Yes, I did not make reference to the Gwynedd study. I said from first-hand experience of lives lived in Gwynedd. Thank you. Of my parents living there and their neighbours that I talked to. Thank you.
Councillor, no other councillors want to speak on this. I'm going to bring in the seconder, which is, sorry, get my pronouns and nouns right. Councillor Curtis, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. First of all, I'd just like to thank Councillor Keithley for giving that bit of clarification over those reports. I think that's very helpful indeed. From my view, I think even a modest release of additional housing into our housing supply is to be welcomed. Even a modest amount of additional income that this brings in is to be welcomed. One is more than none. we can't change the world overnight. It's not going to solve our housing supply. It's not going to solve the financial problems that councils across the country are going to have going forward. But just because it's not going to solve the whole problem doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't take those necessary steps. It has been said that this district council will only be in receipt of, I think it's about 8% of the revenue generated. But we are looking to, we will have a unitary authority in 2 or 3 years' time, and that unitary authority will again benefit from the investment, the forward-looking that this this administration would have made. And I do take the point, I'm sure portfolio holder, Councillor Coles takes the point from Councillor Shenton, yes, we need to get all the necessary data to ensure that we've got the information to implement this policy properly, and also to look at what those loopholes are out there to see if we can close off as many of those loopholes as possible. And I have every confidence in the portfolio holder to do that. So I'd like to just support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Curtis. We have a proposer and a seconder. Are we agreed with the recommendations put forward, please? Oh, those in favour, raise your hand. Anyone against? And any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12 on the agenda, from the Audit and Standards Committee meeting on the 23rd of February regarding the Outside Bodies Working Group, Minute 2, Annual Review of Outside Bodies. Before I bring in Councillor Alcock, Councillor Brown will have left the room because he is part of this agenda item. I invite Councillor Alcock, Chair of Audit and Standards Committee, to introduce this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. You've had tabled today the minute from this morning's meeting of the Audit and Standards Committee. It is recommended to Council that the revised terms and reference for the Outside Bodies Working Group be noted as part of the ongoing Constitution review. That 2, that Councillor Cliff Brown be appointed as the Council's representative on the West Midlands Reserve Forces and Cadets Association, and that the outside bodies schedule be approved. I can answer questions if required, Chair, but it seems quite straightforward to me. But those are the recommendations that I propose to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alcock. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Jenny Fradgley. Do you reserve your right to speak?
I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to speak on this matter? None. Councillor Jenny Fradgley, would you like to say a few words, or are you happy for it to?
I'm happy that it goes forward.
Thank you
to
very
vote.
much. So we have a proposer and a seconder. Can we have a show of hands that the recommendations noted in the report are approved? That's unanimous. Thank you. Can someone ask Councillor Brown to come back in? Councillors, I'm going to propose something. I'm going to propose, there are no councillor questions, but there will be questions to the leader. Can I propose that we do the 2 notices of motion before we go to questions to the leader? Is everyone happy with that? Yeah? Is anyone against that? Okay, so let's go to the first notice of motion, which is the National Year of Reading 2026. And I invite Councillor Juned to propose the motion.
Thank you very much indeed. The National Year of Reading 2026 is a UK-wide initiative.
I'm sorry, Councillor Juned, please, could we just have one meeting? Thank you.
It's working in partnership with the National Literacy Trust, and it aims to tackle the sharp decline in reading for pleasure among children, young people and adults, and transform the nation's reading culture for good. So although we're not a council that runs libraries, at least not yet, we are a district council that hosts the home of one of the most famous playwrights of all times. and we support an annual literary festival as well. We're also supporting Stratford-upon-Avon in applying for a Town of Culture award. So now is the time to ensure that a love of reading is supported and emphasised. The campaign aims to support a love of reading for pleasure across all age groups and make reading for pleasure a meaningful and relevant activity in a digital world. It also aims to raise awareness and support local communities. As individual councillors, we can tell people about the books that we're reading. We can support local bookshops. We can support local libraries. We can swap or donate books to others. I have a deep love of reading for pleasure since childhood, and I hope you will join with me and give your support to this campaign. And as a start, I'm prepared to donate the 2 most recent books that I have been reading to an exchange library in this council for staff and councillors to be able to access. And the books that I've been reading most recently are How They Broke Britain by James O'Brien, and This Land of Promise, A History of Refugees and Exiles in Britain by Matthew Lockwood. And you're all welcome to be able to swap and use those and read those books.
Thank you, Councillor Junod. Councillor Coles, seconder of the motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have very little to add to Councillor Junod. Those who know me well and have been to my house know that there's a distinct possibility I might find the odd book to donate as well, and I do give my pledge that I will do the same. I think, and again, I suppose it's a sort of interest I have to declare, I originally trained as a librarian many hundreds of years ago, and I have always been very aware of the world that opens to people through reading, through fiction, non-fiction, and there is a long history of great writers, thinkers, politicians in this country being supported by our public library system. And I feel very passionately that it's one of our really great national resources and is something that should be preserved and treasured and left available for future generations to have the same benefit that we did. There are many ways we can show our support from this. I think the biggest one is that we're actually doing this, that we show that it is important. There are, I think, some very fun things we could do, such as an exchange library. One of the suggestions I saw, which was really tickled my interest, was that you can put into your email signature the book you're currently reading. And I know many of my colleagues here are instantly beginning to see the possibilities available. The possibilities of voucher signalling and also having a little dig at each other are limitless, and you've got a whole year in which to do it. So I think it's something definitely I would recommend and I will be doing if this motion is passed. I can't see the problem with not doing this. This is a really good programme to support. The numbers of people who are reading less, children who don't learn that love, who don't have the access to books and the learning from parents, the biggest thing we can do is to pull a few children away from screens and do what they did when we were children, was to be discovered in the corner of a room or in the bath reading when you're supposed to be doing housework or something else. I think is something to be welcomed and we should be supporting. So I would recommend to everybody that this motion is supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring in speakers, it's an absolutely wonderful idea, Councillor Junod, of a book swap, but can I put forward a word of caution? It's not a dumping ground for everybody's books that they don't want. So may I suggest that in the members' room, people bring maybe 1, 2 maximum books to swap, and I think it's an absolutely wonderful idea. I'm going to now bring in Councillor Littlewood.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that there will not be much to argue against this proposal, and I think everybody in here, we should all be in agreed that this is an excellent programme, and I propose that we move straight to the vote. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder to that proposal, moving straight to the vote? Councillor Organ. In which case, there will be no debate on this, and I will be going straight to the vote. All those in favour of this motion? Do I have anyone against? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Clearly it's getting towards 6 o'clock. People are in a hurry now. Right, our second notice of motion is the transport policy, and I will call on Councillor Ballinger, please, to propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully my thing doesn't go off because it keeps bopping off. Anyway, I'm proud to bring this forward because this is incredibly important for a lot of our residents, in particular my residents in Ulster West. So Warwickshire County Council leader George Finch from the Reform Party has recently sent a letter to the Secretary of State of Education which he requests delegated powers to allow a substantial increase in distances children may be required to walk to school before they qualify for free school transport. I believe Councillor Finch has still not rescinded this letter, by the way, after the Secretary of State of Education responded. Many of us members live in the most rural parts of Warwickshire with access to schools in nearby towns having long and dangerous roads with paths. I know I do. I live next door to Greythorn, which has incredibly dangerous paths, 50-mile-an-hour roads. With neighbouring Greythorn specifically as an area where I've had a lot of people who have had discussions with me about their concerns regarding this. Again, sort of from an employability perspective, I'm just bringing this into the equation because the stat is obviously quite high, but Stratford District is worse than the median to travel to employment centres with 11.1% with no cars or vans in a household, meaning it'd be incredibly difficult as well potentially for households to take their children to school, specifically if they're out of work. So specifically regarding the this notice of motion outlined in the proposements from A to C, I request that Stratford District Council writes to Warwickshire County Council to formally express its major concerns regarding its proposed changes to increase school walking distances to levels that are not developmentally appropriate for young children, that this council welcomes and supports Stratford-on-Avon Liberal Democrat Parliament member Manuela in terms of the letter that she has sent to Warwickshire County Council to reject these proposed changes. And also that this council further notes and supports Manuela's Parliament discussion where she raised this in the debate for village schools. And finally, before I hand over to my seconder, members, people will be watching this meeting from home. These people who elected you, the electorate, we as the elected representatives for our wards need to support these families. So I'm asking you to support this notice of motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ballinger. Councillor Petrovich.
Great, thank you so much, Chair, and I would like to thank the Councillor Ballinger for bringing this motion forward. Just a bit of a context why we thought it was really important to bring that now is even though the Transport Policy Consultation has now closed and this letter was sent some time ago, we do think it is really important that we bring this now because of what Councillor Ballinger said, this letter that was received by the Secretary of State, she was very much against this proposal. And despite that, and in addition to the fact that majority of the Warwickshire County councillors were against this proposal, Councillor Finch still refuses to retract this letter, showing complete and lack of awareness of how important removing that provision in this policy is to reduce the risks and harms for those that are at most danger, including children with SEND. Finally, what I think this policy also shows is unawareness of the realities and shortcomings in the provision of the public infrastructure, including lack of lighting, bad roads, rural pavements that are in disrepair, that would be immediately impacting those families and children across the whole district who wouldn't be qualifying for the free transport. So I think it is really important that we support this motion unanimously and make sure that we send a very clear message that this proposal shouldn't have been put forward in the first place, and it is not too late to retract that and to make sure that those that are at highest risk of being impacted by this policy stay protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Petrovic. Are there any members who wish to speak on this? Councillor Pemberton, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Ballinger has eloquently explained all of the reasons why this is absolutely not the right thing to do. And Councillor Fleming and I, representing respectively Bidford East and Bidford West, children in our own community would face exactly the same challenges as Councillor Ballinger has outlined. To the extent that I cannot imagine there is any right-thinking person in this chamber who would be against this motion. And on that basis, Chair, I move that we move to a recorded vote immediately on this, and I'm looking for a seconder on that, if I may. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Curtis. Right. In
yes,
which case
I'm very happy to second that proposal.
Thank you. There will be no debate. This will go straight to the vote. Does it go to a recorded vote, Mr. Buckland?
Well, sorry, the decision's been made to take a recorded vote. I thought there was still debate.
Ah.
I thought they were still debating it.
There's still people indicated to speak.
Okay. Okay, I have been informed that there will be other people that can speak, but the decision has been made for a recorded vote. So I call Councillor Littlewood. Did you want to speak?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you've allowed me to say this, because I think it sums it up. This reminds me that the proposal, the letter at County Council, reminds me of Monty Python's Three Yorkshiremen. And at the age of 8, I walked to school and back again, and it was in semi-rural Cheshire. But it was a different world. That traffic wasn't as high. But more importantly, what stopped me walking to school, my parents stopped me walking to school because it occurred at the time of the Moors murderers. And I was in Poynton in Cheshire, and that was a real change. The world has changed. I don't know what the sentiment behind walking to school was, of 4-year-olds walking up to 8 miles, as I understand it. Whether those are the right numbers or not, I really don't care. The fact of the matter is, this is an ill-thought-out idea, and I propose the motion wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Councillor Littlewood. Councillor Sarah Whalley-Hoggins.
So this is old news, really, isn't it? Because the Secretary of State has, in fact, I'm sorry, I'm speaking. The Secretary of State has refused this. What Councillor Finch did was to write to the Secretary of State because there is a lack of funding for school transport, and what that letter did was really highlight that fact. So that is what was required. So, in fact, what you're saying is that you want him to withdraw that letter formally, but is that actually written in this motion before us? Because that's what I've heard today. And of course, 4-year-olds can't be expected to walk 8 miles to school. But what he did was highlight the lack of funding that is available. So I would suggest, I hate politicking over young children. I think it's abhorrent, really. But this is this policy isn't for change. It can't be changed because the Secretary of State has refused to budge on this matter. So I'm a bit not bewildered, but I'm concerned as to the actual real reasons why this has come before this council as a notice on motion. And perhaps the MP for this district needs to work just a little bit harder on obtaining proper funding for the school transport for rural areas. And given with that should be the proper maintenance of, looking at footpaths, etc. But that is what is required here. This is politicking of the worst kind and just proves to me what the motivations behind this is not really the safety of that. It's to highlight something. You're talking about a letter that has had the effect of bringing something to the fore, and that's not mentioned here at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whalley-Hoggins. Any other members who wish to speak? Councillor Wally Hoggins, could you turn your... Yeah, it's fine, thank you. Any other... Councillor Alcock, please.
Thank you, Chair. A part of me can understand that, but the one thing, more than anything else, that letter that Councillor Finch put out, what it did over and above everything else was put the fear of God into parents of young children. That is the front and foremost that needs to be highlighted at this moment. It's not just about, oh, he's brought it to the table. No, he terrified parents of young children, thinking that they were going to have to start sending their 4, 5, 6-year-olds walking 5 miles a day to and from school. That is what it did, because when you are in a position of power, when you are in a position of authority, you must absolutely be so careful on what you want to bring up and how you do it. And in this situation, and why this motion is here, isn't politicking, it's to make sure that the residents of Stratford District know that this council is supporting them, we understand their fears, and it was not the right way to go about things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alcock. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Alcock has already said, but I will add to it. I mean, if this is to raise the issue of poor pavements and poor roads, I would like to point out that it is actually in the County Council's gift to fix them. That's their job. The second thing is, if you are concerned with the lack of funding for school transport, I think you write and say, I am really concerned with the lack of funding for school transport. You don't do some sort of blackmail thing and hit a bunch of parents, as Councillor Alcott said. You need to be clear. You need to say what you're actually saying. So could you perhaps, as part of this debate, councillors, assure us that this is not something you want to happen? You do not want to see children being put in that position, either by threat or by actual fact, that this is something you would not want to see happen, and you can assure us that we would have your support in fighting that if it ever came up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coles. Point of order from Councillor Wally Hoggins.
Councillor Coles, this is not what is behind us here, before us here. Of course, I find it abhorrent to the prospect of children of the young of...
What is your point of order, please?
The point of order is that she wants my assurances about something that's not actually in this notice on motion. That is woefully inappropriate as far as this meeting is concerned. That we are debating this notice in motion, and a councillor has just asked me to give guarantees not related to this notice of motion before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Chair. Again, following on from Councillor Wally Hoggins' point...
I apologise. Oh, sorry, the microphone has now gone off. Thank you. Continue. Sorry, okay? Councillor Jones. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Following on from Councillor Wally Hoggins' point, I think, it's quite clear that this particular motion is not actually debating the fundamentals of whether or not children will be put in a difficult situation with respect to their journeys to school. Of course, that's not something that anybody would want to support. This appears to me to be politicking and creating a situation wherein a motion that doesn't actually have any substantive body to it is being discussed in order to try to put us into a difficult position. I think, specifically, there's no actual sort of solid point to this motion. It's not actually saying, can we do anything to stop children having any issues with their journey to school? That's already been done. The case is closed there. The Secretary of State's already sent the letter back. So I just want to make that point. It doesn't actually seem to me that there's any sort of point or strong or good outcome coming from this. Rather, it's a sort of procedural chicanery. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rock.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't proposing to speak on this, but I'm just wondering if our colleagues from Reform have actually read the letter, which I've got here. The motion says, write to Warwickshire County Council, express our concerns regarding the proposed changes. The proposed changes are written in this letter. It suggests that every area is different, distances that pupils must travel to school to access education very significant across the country. Could have said county, I would have thought. We're in a rural area. area in South Warwickshire. It's asking for powers to change that, to increase it by 2 miles, to save money. That's got to be a concern for us in rural South Warwickshire, isn't it? And they're asking this council to express concern about it. Seems quite straightforward to me. It's a completely valid motion. I was going to say bonkers, but anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Rock. Are there any other councillors who wish to make any comments on this? Thank you. In which case, the notice of motion is proposed by Councillor Ballinger and seconded by Councillor Petrovic. All those in favour, please. Recorded vote. Oh, right. Let's go for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with Chair of Council, Councillor Rolfe.
4.
Councillor Rice.
4.
Councillor Adam.
4.
Councillor Alcock.
4.
Councillor Ballinger.
4.
Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Coles.
4.
Councillor Coucher.
4.
Councillor Crump.
4.
Councillor Curtis.
4.
Councillor Fleming.
4.
Councillor Ian Pradgley. 4. Councillor Jenny Pradgley.
4.
Councillor Gist.
4.
Councillor Grocott.
4.
Councillor Harrison.
4.
Councillor Johnston.
4.
Councillor Jones.
So to continue today's theme, 1%, but it's 4.
Was that 4? Sorry, Councillor, was that 4?
It was.
Thank you. Councillor Juned.
4.
Councillor Keithley.
4.
Councillor Littlewood.
4.
Councillor Mills.
4.
Councillor Organ.
4.
Councillor Ostrander.
4.
Councillor Passenham.
4.
Councillor Pemberton.
4.
Councillor Petrovic.
4 indeed.
Councillor Rock.
4.
Councillor Shenton.
4.
Councillor Wally Hoggins.
4.
Thank you, Councillor. That was unanimous. Thank you.
That was unanimous. Thank you very much. We are now going to go back to item 13. There are no questions received in print. Now we have item 14. I'd just like to point out to Councillor Adam that he owes me 50p. It's just gone 6 o'clock. Sorry. Or 50p or a glass of wine. Well, let me see. Questions to the leader. 30 minutes for questions to the leader. No more than 3 minutes each. Can you put your hands up if you have a question?
Pemberton, Littlewood.
Hang on.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to take that in order now. So starting with Councillor Pemberton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to refer the leader to the consultation on the budget. And my first question relates to the main takeaways from the budget consultation response. Number 1, strong perception of Stratford-centric spending, which is described as one of the strongest and most consistent messages in the feedback. So my question to the leader is, what is the leader going to do to change perceptions that this administration's spending and approach is Stratford-centric? I have a follow-up question.
Councillor Juned.
Just make sure that people get the truth. Because when you look at the budget and last year's budget, you'll find that the impact of all the budget proposals are spread right across the district. Make sure that you tell people, and it is up to councillors to tell people, that when you are voting for rural crime advisors, that is for the district. When you're voting for welfare officer to help people through hard time, that is across the district. When you're voting for monies for village halls, that is across the district. When you're voting for climate change and nature fund work, that is across the district. When you're making sure that you do vote for all the other things that are in this year's budget and last year's budget, that is across the district. And that is your responsibility as councillors to make sure that that message goes out to people.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up. I have an observation also that it is said that perception is reality, and it's also probably not a great place to be telling the electorate that they're wrong. Climate change funding is highly polarising. Again, going back to the consideration, and I touched on this earlier on, we are now in a position where only a minority strongly support environmental initiatives. Again, I ask the leader of this council, and it is not just it is this administration's role to make its case and to make its policy and to make people buy into that. So what is the leader of this council going to do to try and change that response where only a minority strongly support environmental initiatives? Because as I said earlier, we all buy into, well, most of us, climate change and the existential threat. But we are now in a position, and you are in a position as an administration, where you're failing to make the case to enough people that this is something that we should be doing. And the 1% argument starts to have more currency. So my question is, again, and it's not my job, it's the administration's job, what are you as the leader of this council going to do to change that perception?
When you look at where the amount of work that has gone on from communities all across the district into some of the work that has gone on, I put out there was a press release in which I was quoted about some of those projects that have been gone on, where I say a thank you to the residents, thank you to the communities for the work they're doing. I am in Ulster, live in Ulster, where I have seen the project work that is being done for a very small amount of money along the rivers in Ulster, the two rivers, for a very small amount of money in the clearing of the drains in Great Orme, not a responsibility of volunteers, but because they had schools that were closed several times, not last winter, the winter before, they got together and have actually done something about it. When you look at the amount of money that has gone on into some of the other initiatives that are going on in the community, you can see exactly what the community is doing about it. We are going to highlight those stories from that community. We are already doing that on our website, and we will do it more as we go forward into this year. Later on in this year, Ulster is certainly taking part in the Big Green Week, and other parish and communities are doing so, and we'll be able to tell the stories of the fantastic work that is being done by everyday people in everyday communities tackling climate change, using the small amount of money that we've been able to fund with them.
Thank you. Councillor Littlewood.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Chair. Leader. The loss of the 5-year housing land supply means that despite the announcement today of reorganising the leadership of the planning department, the leadership of the South Warwickshire local plan team, be clear on that, to ensure that Regulation 19 is achieved by the end of this year, December 26. There is still the tilted balance, and that means a presumption in favour of granting schemes. Now, this makes both the core strategy as it exists, so the South Warwickshire local plan, fairly ineffectual. I have seen an abundance of large scheme applications coming in, but at outline applications. So none of these schemes count towards the 5-year housing land supply. In fact, they won't count towards a 5-year housing land supply until we get a build-out calculation. And of course, the developer themselves are in charge of that build-out, and they won't build unless there's a demand. So, my question is, what is the leader doing to achieve the 5-year housing land supply recovery in the short term?
a specialist group of councillors have been brought together to make sure that everything is done to time, to make sure that every single thing that is done by the time that it needs to be done, to make sure that we tackle the 5-year land supply. We have been put in this position by changes at government level, but we are not sitting back. We are making sure that we do everything possible to make sure that 5-year land supply is clawed back, and to do it before it goes into the examination. We have to make sure that we've done every single thing possible to do it, and we've got a specialist working group to do exactly that. And the reorganisation of officers is part of that, to make sure that we tackle every single thing that we need to do.
Thank you. Oh, follow up. Yes, of course.
Thank you, Leader. Actually, it's not just the reorganisation of or the changes at central government that, of course, it was a local interpretation of the existing rules and counting. I think just worth noting that it's not all one fault. So, is there a guarantee that we will achieve Regulation 19 by the end of December?
That is our aim, and we are sticking to it.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was on the South Warwickshire local plan as well. No collusion here, but Leader, can the Leader give my residents assurances that there will be no further delays regarding the development of the South Warwickshire local plan? The slow response to putting contingency plans in place to address the lack of 5-year housing land supply is one of great concern to my residents across the district, and has already been targeted by developers on sites for thousands of houses. That includes the great metropolis of Kyneton. So, thank you, Leader.
Absolutely. I can absolutely attest to the considerable amount of work that is being done by the portfolio holder for planning as well. For a great deal of work that is going into it. And I give my personal praise for that kind of work that is being done. We have to do everything possible. We cannot go back to the time that happened before, when we decided not to tackle this as an issue, and we ended up costing the council 2.2 million in appeals decisions and charges.
Point of order, Chair. No, I'm not having this. It was decisions of planning committees that went against officers that caused appeals. It was not a specific decision by the administration to avoid and to incur those planning costs. The issue was around decisions made by planning committee members, nothing else.
I beg to differ, because I was involved in the local, the regional spatial strategy at the time, which this council decided not to pause on and not to proceed with. So I do beg to differ on that one. I actually have some knowledge that allows me to say that.
Councillor Juned, can I bring in Marcia, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point that needs to be made about etiquette in the chamber, which is whilst one councillor is speaking and whilst the chair leads the meeting, it's not appropriate for another councillor to jump up and intercede.
I apologise unreservedly.
Thank you. Councillor Juned, had you finished speaking?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Can I bring in Councillor Adam, please?
Thank you, Chair. Leader, in Southam, a couple of weeks ago, it was announced that Lloyds Bank will be closing, as well as the bank branch in Daventry, which will leave the town and the surrounding area without a banking facility, notwithstanding a building society in the town. Now, this isn't necessarily within the district council's gift to maintain, but I'm trying to, in speaking to a number of residents across the town and area and wider villages, it's clear that there's significant concern that this will leave the local area without anywhere for people to go and bank it, including businesses and charity groups. So I was, in addition to writing to our MP, Sir Jeremy Wright, who's kindly written a letter in support of a banking hub, will you support that call in asking Lloyds to change their decision, and if not, to support a banking hub for the town for our residents? Thank you.
Thank you. We've actually had exactly the same position in Ulster. We have been very fortunate in that we've all pulled together, the town council, everybody together to make sure that we encourage and support a banking hub. I would, any lessons that can be learned from that, I'm happy to make sure are available to you and that we will give you the support that you need.
Thank you. Councillor Crump.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions, pretty similar, associated. Firstly, can the leader commit to a regular update over in the Scrutiny Committee on the progress of recovering the 5-year housing land supply situation, similar to the in-depth updates Mr. Buckland used to give on LGR? So if you could commit to that, that would be helpful, and I've got a follow-up question as well.
Yes, and indeed, the advisory group, I'm sure that provided there is no confidential matters, and remembering we do not want to give the developers an advantage in this area, we have to make sure that we are doing things that are for benefit to the residents, not benefit for the developers, but we are happy to otherwise keep you updated.
Councillor Crump.
Yeah, and just to follow up, you're right, Councillor Junid, that I think developers are potentially trying to exploit this, and I've heard different numbers of between 5,000 and 9,000 houses being put in from various offices. So, yeah, that's an unbelievable workload. And talking about workloads, I believe 500k has been allocated to ensure progress on the South Warwickshire local plan. Is this enough, and how is it likely to be spent, please?
I'm sure that's the actual detail is something that we can report back to on exactly, but it is the intention is to use it to make sure that we do not miss any of the deadlines and that we do everything that is possible to find a position that will defend the majority of the area as best we can.
Thank you. Councillor Wally Hoggins, please.
Wild swans are strictly protected in the UK under the Wildlife and Countryside Act. We have many swans and geese that have made the River Avon their home, and their presence on the river is a huge draw for tourism. Can the leader give assurances that as part of the consultation around the solar panel scheme over the leisure centre car park, that wildlife charities are consulted on the potential impact of solar panels being positioned so close to a river, because this car park is almost adjacent to the River Avon? I ask this because there is devastating anecdotal information that the harm caused by solar panels in close proximity to water where swans and geese land is utterly catastrophic for both the birds themselves and for witnesses who see this happen. So can I have assurances, please, that a robust consultation will be given around that with wildlife charities, please?
Where the solar panels will go is not next to the river. What the real problem is with the swans is making sure that we tackle a very, very difficult disease in swans that is decimating their numbers, and that is something that does need to be tackled. But this is not about solar panels being on the banks of the river. I have a lot of background knowledge about solar panels and solar technology, and it is something that is common across Europe, using solar panels as canopies over car parks. I haven't heard any stories of swans being impacted by any of them.
Councillor Wally Hoggins, further question.
Yes, this solar panel array is in close proximity to a river, okay, and that is why I've asked the question. Could we please have some consultation with bird sanctuaries, etc., or those in knowledge? It isn't adjacent, but it's very close to, and it can desperately affect wild swans. Can I have some assurances that you will undertake this, please?
I said the solar panels are at the leisure centre, not on the banks of the river. But we always make sure that we take any environmental. I was a trustee for Warwickshire Wildlife Trust for 10 years. We always made sure that we fed in any comments to any planning application that was relevant to the wildlife and whether or not it would be impacted. And I'm sure that that will continue.
Thank you. Any further questions to the leader? In which case, we go on to item 16, urgent business. There is no urgent business, but before you start packing up, I just want to thank you very much for a really interesting debate. I have thoroughly enjoyed every single second of it. I'm trying to keep this meeting going to 6:30, because then I win a further 50p. But anyway, on that note, the next meeting of council is scheduled to take place on Monday the 13th of April. Being no further business, the meeting is closed. Thank you.